Back here at Berlin Raceway, breezy afternoon. Well, weather's going to be a factor, but before we get to any of the weather, we got to talk to some other people that might be a factor in this race. One of these guys, you might have heard of him. He's not made any national or local or statewide headlines at all in the last few weeks or months. Let's go down to Nate Dreyer with somebody you might have heard of.
That's right, Carson Hocevar. Boy, it's been a great week for you. You're the reigning winner of this race. Great run, top 5 at Michigan on Sunday, your home race, and now you're back at one of your home local tracks as well. Let's start with that. You always seem to make great time in your schedule, come run here a couple times a year. What is it about Berlin, the challenge, the fan base about this racetrack that keeps you coming back?
Yeah, I mean, it's just fun. Nice being at home and get to enjoy it. And yeah, it's just really fun for me, honestly. It's just a good time. I get to race against guys I obviously grew up racing with, but, you know, get to race with the guys I grew up racing with too. So it's been fun. I get to enjoy it. You know, you get to see a lot of fans that were, you know, either liked or didn't like, or even just, you know, saw me grow up here. And then, you know, now it's fun to see the reaction when I get to come back and get to enjoy it.
Let's chat about the race car in the day. 9th quickest in qualifying, but seems like you've had a pretty balanced car. It's been a kind of weird day conditions-wise, everyone chasing. What do you like about your race car? What are you still working on heading into the 150 laps?
Yeah, I mean, just trying to get a hold of this tire. They changed it, so, you know, it's the first time I got to drive on it. But I just was laughing a little bit ago that I'm either fast time in qualifying, which has been rare lately here, but, you know, I tend to hit the invert, you know, pretty dead on almost every time. So it's working out for us. So we'll start second, I think, and get to enjoy it. But, you know, it tends to work out that normally the faster cars or the cars that are more set up for long runs here don't tend to qualify that great. So, you know, hopefully that trend continues with us today. So it's been fun. It's been a challenge here, but it's been a challenge for everybody. That's what's enjoyable of Berlin is, you know, there's a lot of guys that their stuff doesn't drive good, and there's fewer that even they're happy with their car, let alone, you know, feeling like they got a race-winning car. I think you go down to the pit area, and I don't think anybody feels like they got the winning car. So I'm looking forward to it.
All right, so good luck tonight, Carson.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Reigning winner Carson Hocevar and Rick James over with the 2024 NASCAR Truck Series champion, a guy that's as good in a late model as anyone, Ty Majeski. Rick?
Ty, welcome back to Berlin. Welcome back to the 150 again. Just a fantastic night for us, a fantastic evening for everybody. Talking about Berlin, what's it like coming back home to see, you know, the people that you care about and just fans in general?
Oh, I just like the atmosphere here at Berlin. You know, Jeff and Ricky do a great job with the racetrack and this series with the UARA National Series. So we like to come here and support these guys whenever we can, and obviously these weekday races make it easier for us to do that. So yeah, we'll see what happens. We've been kind of fighting some tire issues here. We're not the only ones. Tires kind of coming apart, so hopefully we can keep them together tonight. We have some speed in our Menards Ford Mustang, and hopefully we can keep it towards the front.
Tire issues and hopefully trying to keep that car up front. Ty Majeski, second quickest and ready for the show.
Certainly one of the guys, Blake, that we have to talk about here is Ty Majeski, one of the, kind of call him the outside favorite, but there's certainly one of the invaders, if you want to call it. About 50-50, but there's certainly one of the ones you want to watch for this afternoon. Had some really good runs here in the past, looking to break through today, and it seems like in good spirits here at Berlin, too.
Yeah, very much so. All the drivers seem to be. I think everyone's just been trying to get a handle on this track today. It's so hot and slick. We heard from drivers that they're just trying to hang on through practice today. So I think it's difficult because knowing that the conditions are going to change later this evening, it definitely throws some question marks in as to how your car handled earlier today versus how it's going to handle later tonight, potentially once the sun goes down. So.
Yeah, as we're getting ready, a couple more words here with our pit road reporters. We'll do that in a minute. We will talk about it with yourself, Blake. You're a meteorologist here locally. We've been watching the radar and the race, and everybody else has been watching kind of the same thing.
Yep. Was just in with a meeting with some of the track officials and trying to decide. It looks like we have some weather coming in around 7 o'clock. A line of thunderstorms.
About an hour and 50 minutes from now, so that's going to play into what happens this afternoon. With that, we'll cover that as the weather comes in. Let's go back down to pit road with Nate Dreyer.
Yeah, quickly, we're starting to move some cars, and the guy for back-to-back years, fast qualifier here for the Money in the Bank 150, Eric Jones. Second place, great run on Sunday at Michigan. Where's the confidence at in both this race car and just in general heading into the 150 tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I feel good. Keep it hanging on. I feel like the speed's been there, and when we've had that, we just got to keep it good on the long run. So we'll see. Yeah, the road course Camry's good. Like I said, looking for a couple of more things to really feel like I'm 100% where I want to be, and hopefully we got a hit on them. We took a few more stabs at it after practice, and we'll see where it nets out.
All right, good luck. We'll let you get to it.
All right, thanks.
Eric Jones, fast qualifier, guys.
All right, another one of the names that we'll look for to do battle here this afternoon. Going to be a factor. Eric Jones has won these big races several times in the past here at Berlin. We'll take a very short break and come back, and our pit road reporters continue to scramble. Sportsmen in the make ready, shoot, and we'll cover the rest of the evening for you when you come back. You're watching Berlin Raceway live on Flow. Back at Berlin Raceway, glad to have you along. Matt McKenzie along with Blake Carms topside tonight. Rick James and Nate Dreyer handling things on his pit road today as we see the sportsmen getting ready to take to the racetrack first. They will race a 40-lap feature first. Then we'll get the 150 underway. There you see the sportsman. There's multi-time champion Tom Thomas right there in front. It looks like he will roll off from the front of the grid. So that will go first. Then we will do an introduction, and then we'll get right into the 150. And while we just have a minute to talk about it, Blake, you were just talking with race officials. There is weather coming.
Yeah.
And so it's a matter of when it hits and where we are in the race, and so we're just going to kind of deal with it as it comes. So everybody's been made aware of this. Race teams, fans, officials, everybody know it's kind of coming in the next, we'll say, hour and a half time frame probably, right? So the idea is we'll hopefully get the race started. There's a good shot of the rain over. So we're where that little mark is. You
see the storm starting to cross, and Jeff Striegel brought up a good point, both in the meeting and just so the fans know. He said, we're in a tough spot. This thing is going to hit in the middle of our show. So they're just going to do the best they can with full intentions. Notice that part that's coming toward us, a part that's moving through northern Illinois, there's not a whole lot of rain on the backside, and that rain behind it is clearing over toward the Rockford area. So we're probably looking at a pretty short time frame of rain before they can start drying.
All things considered, it's looking better than it was. So we are anticipating a potential delay. Of how much and how often, we don't know. Good news is we do have air dryers here as well, and with the wind blowing here in this just under a half-mile short track, it should dry up in a fairly reasonable amount of time. It's light till almost 10 o'clock Eastern here, so we got a lot of good factors going for us there, and so hopefully it's going to be a factor, but hopefully it's not going to be the whole story tonight. We do intend to. I know the officials want to get all 150 in. That's the plan.
We've got track drying equipment in from Owasso Speedway that's ready to roll. And they have full intentions of getting the full show in tonight, all 150 laps.
Yeah, so nobody wants this, of course, but it is a factor, and with any racetrack, of course. But everybody's prepared, and I think we've made the best decision possible. So the plan is to get all 150 in. We might just have an intermission. Look how green everything is.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it's
wow.
I mean, we could use the rain a little bit more. It's been a little dry, but that is a very green Michigan-looking area there.
Don keeps his green nice and green too. Don DeWitt. You wouldn't know we haven't had much rain the last few weeks. He's kept that grass in good shape on the grounds.
All those evergreens in there mixed with all of the beautiful trees. It's a beautiful area out here just west of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Very beautiful facility. Don and Minnie DeWitt have run this place for several years, and they've done a great job, and we are so grateful for a beautiful facility. So rain or shine, we're going to have a great race tonight. We're glad you're a part of it. We will take one more break. I'll put the text line for you one more time. We'd love to hear from you throughout the evening. 616-816-7816. We'll, as we have time throughout the evenings, and if we do have a delay, we'll have a chance to say hi to you on the Berlin Raceway text line. Just let us know who you are and where you are and what you're watching for here. It's 616-816-7816. 7816. That is the Berlin Raceway text line. When we come back, we'll cover the starting lineup here for the sportsmen and kind of run down what we're going to see here this afternoon. Expecting, if everything goes as planned, just under 200 laps of racing here tonight. You're watching Berlin Raceway live on Flow.
That's a Chick-fil-A hot air balloon basket going down the back straightaway. They were hoping to put that up in the air tonight, but I don't know if I see that happening. Still looks cool. I'm gonna get a closer look at it.
Back at Berlin Raceway, and there's a cow going around the racetrack with a fire. So
Got cows.
That's a Chick-fil-A cow. There you go. There's your, I guess, pre-race entertainment, one of the things. Let's go back to the racing part of it. Go back down to Nate Dry on the Make Ready shoot with another guy looking for a good run here this afternoon.
Yeah, so we talked with some of the big NASCAR current, Cup and truck stars, but there's a few guys that are going to be future stars of the sport here. 16-year-old Max Reeves is one. You've run this race before. You ran second last year in the ARCA race at Berlin. You'll be back for the ARCA race in a couple weeks as well. But tell us about the challenge that is Berlin Raceway and trying to figure out this track, which is really a one of one in this country.
Yeah, we came up second last year in the ARCA race. That sucked because I was on a three-way streak, so I wanted to win that one. But second wasn't too bad. But this place is just the most tricky racetrack I've ever been to. It's more tricky than all the road courses I've done. I don't want to say I don't like it, but if we can get a good finish here tonight, maybe I'll like it a little more. I just got to thank all my guys. We got a pretty fast Camry for tonight. I'm ready to get into it. Hopefully these tires hold on because there's been a lot of issues with that. But, I'm a little nervous, but we'll just have to see how it goes.
Tell us about your day so far. Where's the balance of the race car been at? What are you still looking for or hoping that you found heading into the 150?
Yeah, we started off really free yesterday, got really tight this morning, freed it back up a little bit, so it's just been all over the place. We can't hit it right here, so I think it's just going to be a lot of saving this race, so that's my plan. I've got the crate motor in this thing, so it'll be easy to save the tires.
All right, thanks, Max. Good night. Good luck tonight.
Appreciate it.
Max Reeves, guys.
All right, let's go save things down to Rick James. Another guy who's looking, boy, big smile on his face already. He must be feeling confident. Winner a week and a half ago. Brian Campbell is looking for a good run in one of these big races. What do you got for down there, Rick?
Guys, I've never seen Brian Campbell not smiling, so of course he's happy to be here for the 150. Sixth quickest, and you probably know this track better than a lot of the big names. What are you hoping to bring to the racetrack tonight, my friend?
Win, 100% win. A lot of good competition here. Man, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a good race. We're there at the end of this thing. It's getting shook out there with tires. Man, it's going to be a fun race.
Greasy track as well. What are you doing to prepare for the changing environment?
Yeah. A lot of it's with me. A little bit with the car. Just how we attack the racetrack, how we manage tires through the first, a couple stints of this thing, leading up to lap 100-ish, whenever we do be able to take tires. Really just keep an eye on the car and make sure it's there.
Brian Campbell's ready for the 150, you guys.
All right, there's another local favorite, might have a good shot at it. Of course, that's Brian Campbell, 47, former multi-time track champion here. In addition to, he was the first ever super late model driver to ever win in a super late model back here. In what year you want to guess, Blake?
2012?
2009.
Ooh.
Close
By
enough.
2 years.
Close enough. Speaking of another guy who's had a couple super late model wins, not in 2009. I don't know how old he was in 2009, but it doesn't matter. He's had a couple really good runs. Let's go down to Nate Dreyer, one of the up-and-coming stars here at Berlin.
Well, let's start with that. Tyler Lupton, 15 years old. He was Rookie of the Year, won a couple races here a year ago, really became a star in his first year as a local guy at Berlin. Been running around the place, around the country, I should say, different cars throughout this year. But first off, there's talking about Brian Campbell and some of his wins in 2009. How old were you in 2009, Tyler?
I wasn't even born.
There you go. He wasn't even born. So there's the answer from Tyler. Let's talk about this race car. Let's talk about your day so far. Cars seem to have some decent speed in it. There's been a lot of the same, or a lot of different handling question marks, I think, up and down the field. Where's the balance of the 4-car been so far today?
Yeah, we were good in practice. Struggled a little bit in qualifying, but, with 150 laps, anything could happen. We can, work on it. There's pit stops and stuff. So I think we can make our way to the front. I'm excited.
The aspect of racing the weather, knowing that there's a chance that we could stop and start, what's the mindset? How does that change things? And how does that change things knowing that the track will change significantly too?
I don't really think it changes much. Just keep doing what you're doing, hit your marks, pass people when you can, and, save your stuff, and you'll be there in the end.
Thanks, Tyler. Good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Tyler Lupton, guys.
All right, let's go back down to Eric. Should get back down to Rick, who's got another. Well, let's go back to Rick. You can fill us in, Rick.
Hey guys, I'm down here with NASCAR driver Eric Jones. Eric, welcome back to Berlin. Welcome back home, if you will. Another chance to win the 150 for you, my friend, in a quick car as well. Tell us about what you're feeling being back at one of the best racetracks in the country.
Yeah, it's always good to come back, and I feel good. This is one of the best cars we've had in a while here since we won a couple of years ago. So, yeah, we'll see how it all runs out here. We got to come from a little ways back with the invert, but feel good about it. And hopefully temperature comes down a little bit here will help us out with some of the balance, and the track will come to us.
Are you guys preparing? Well, you were preparing for rain. Are you playing strategy for rain, or are you playing for after the rain?
Yeah, I don't know. The track's going to change a ton if we do get a shower here, and it's going to cool way down, obviously, and peel a bunch of rubber and everything up. So the tracks went through a big transition yesterday in practice. It was 4 or 5 hours of practice we ran, and the track got so slick, and it's one of the slicker Berlins I've seen. So we'll see if it grips back up, but I'm sure at the end of the day it's going to be about tires.
A lot of variables at play. Eric Jones is ready. Matt and Blake.
All right, let's go back down to Nate Dreyer, another guy who's like to be part of the action. Nate's caught up with him.
Yeah, continue to talk to some of the youngsters out here. Tristan McKee is one of them. He runs all over the place. You see him won a Trans Am TA2 title last year, runs all different forms of circle track cars as well, including super late model, and getting a run here at Berlin, getting ready for that ARCA race in a couple weeks. It's a tricky racetrack. Tell us about what your couple days have been like so far.
Yeah, it's a weird track. It's my first time here. Just obviously the shape of it and how you have to run it. It's probably one of the most tricky racetracks I've ever been on, but definitely getting the hang of it. Struggled in qualifying a little bit, but a lot of tire issues, so I feel like we'll be all right in the race pace. We're just going to have to manage our tires and not get the tires too hot. I know that's the main thing. We're having a lot of issues with them getting too hot, so I think we just got to manage that. All my Richie Waters guys have done a good job so far, just getting the car tuned in, and everyone at Spire, Blaster, Gunk for allowing me to come and do this.
All right, good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Tristan McKee, guys, we're closing in on getting the opening ceremonies rolling here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, we got one more guy we're getting a word with, guy who's won one of these big races. In fact, he won the 250 just last August, coming off a big race. He's Rick is down with Austin Hull, looking to take the 150 here in the spring.
Austin looking to get that 150 victory on a greasy track. We were just talking about how we're sweating down here, man. How are you preparing to deal not just with the track's elements, but with your own personal elements as well?
I think you're just going to have to kind of stay in it. You're going to have to keep yourself cool, hopefully hydrated the last couple days. And, yeah, I got the cool suit, so we'll see if that helps.
He's prepared for all the heat on and off the track.
All right, Rick, thank you so much. With that, we'll take a very quick 1-minute break there. You see the mascot out? We obviously know there's a person in there. Okay. That being said, Hope that mascot's got a cool suit on there too. So with that being said, we're going to take a very short break. Come back. You see the Sportsman on the track. We're going to bring you Sportsman first, and then right into the Money in the Bank 150 presented by Baker Auto Group. You're watching Berlin Raceway on Flow. We'll be right back with the Sportsman as we kick this week off. Back at Berlin Raceway, as you see the Sportsmen ready to take to the track. They're going to do a 40-lap main event, which is the longest time they go. The Berlin Raceway. Of course, if you tune in here regularly at Berlin, you see the Sportsmen as part of the mainstays here at Berlin. We'll cover those for you in the starting lineup here in just a minute once we get tonight's national anthem invocation underway. Jeff Striegel's our track announcer here, our public address announcer. He's addressing the crowd right now. We're just waiting for him to get the cue so we can get tonight's national anthem and invocation underway. Blake Harms, good to have you along. We'll be covering the action all night long.
Good to be here.
Yeah. I know tonight's been a little stressful for you. You're the weatherman, and we've all been watching the weather all week, and it is going to be a factor today.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, you may notice fans still filing into the stands. They moved the start time up to this night's event by an hour, which will allow them to get the Sportsman race in. If they were to start at 6:30, probably wouldn't have even gotten that in before the rain comes. So, smart move on their part. Always agile, ready to adjust as needed, and that's the case again tonight.
And, of course, we want to thank the fans, of course, for adjusting their schedules, too. So they'll be beginning to pour in here more once the night wears on a little bit. We're going to head down trackside for tonight's national anthem and invocation.
Let's pray together. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day that you gave to us, for the wonderful and great country that we enjoy. Thank you for the opportunity to be entertained, and tonight we ask that you would be with every driver, every team member, every staff member, every fan, that you would keep us safe and honor yourself through us. We pray, Father, for our country and our leaders, and ask your blessing on this evening. It's in Jesus' wonderful name we pray. Amen.
standing as we honor America with our national anthem and direct our attention to the American flag once being displayed outside of turn number 3. And now for the singing. The national anthem here is Izzy Benos.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Izzy Benos with our national anthem. 18 drivers. Baker Auto Group Sportsman lined up, ready to go.
National anthem is in the books, and we're glad to have you along here live on FloRacing. At Mackenzie, Blake Harms. Blake, good to have you here as well. And let's talk about the weather. How about we go racing for a while?
Let's
That's
do it.
exactly what we want to do. Looking forward to having you along. 616-816-7816. Text us throughout the evening if you're watching live. Again, it's just past 5:30 Eastern time here. We'll get to you throughout the evening as we have time at Berlin Raceway. The Berlin Raceway text line will check in you all throughout the afternoon and evening. And thank you for those messages. Tony Postma is your flagman up there. Let's give the starting lineup for this one. We'll give it to you momentarily as soon as the race officials give the final word. And there it is. Beam right through us. There you see a good shot for the front stretch here at Berlin Raceway. 40 laps scheduled to go for the sportsman. Here's how they're going to line up. Tom Thomas out front, multi-time sportsman and outlaw late model champion. He will start up front, flanked by Phil O'Connell on the outside, his first race of the 2026 season. Veteran Ray Clay, another sportsman champion, goes next in the 11. Then it's Alan Davis and the 33. Scott Baker, 222, 7-time champion. Brian Tillema goes next, 76. 3-time champion Brian Tomey next in the 26. Kevin Ford, 2-time champion in the 4. Tim DeVos, the all-time winner at Berlin Raceway, 120 wins to his credit, looking for 121 tonight. Can he do it? He will start in the 5th row, outside of Scotty Root in the 22.
Greg Nienhaus will roll off in the 11th position. Braden Cook will start 12th. Don McNabb starts 13th. Derek Vath rolls off 14th. And Bob Bliss will start 15th. Maurice Davis starts 16th. Mo Davis, as we call him. Nathan McNabb rolls off 17th. And Joe Jones will begin tonight's race in 18th.
18 cars. 18 cars should say going for 40 laps is the distance.
And Matt, it may not look like it, but it is a hot night out there. Current temperature 88 degrees, current dew point 72, heat index 94. So this track is very hot and very slick this evening.
It's definitely hot for this time of year. We've had pretty cool spring temperatures, but today, totally different deal. Hot and sticky. Tony Postma's been staying cool. He's your flagman, and he's going to keep an eye on things all throughout the afternoon and evening. Looking forward to seeing the sportsman go 40 laps. Potentially might be taking a break in between. Typically, Blake, we do a competition yellow halfway through these things because of the program and some adjustments to it. We'll see if they actually decide to do that.
Yeah.
We'll get some clarification here from Pit Road in a minute if they actually decide to do that tonight.
40 laps will click off fast in this feature. It always does. As you mentioned, this is a clean field of drivers, good racers.
Yeah, and so we've got some, not only some clean racers, we got some veteran names that have been here at Berlin Raceway a long time. And the engines fire right there. Tom Thomas in the 82 car, multi-time champion, been racing here almost 3 decades. Brian Tillema, 7-time champion in this DeVos. Tim DeVos, 120 wins just by himself.
I was going to say, it seems like every race Tim DeVos is in this year, it's who can beat him.
He's on his, I don't even know what you call it. Tim DeVos is just around 70 years old, been racing here since the 1970s, the all-time winner, and he shows absolutely no signs of stopping under any circumstances.
Or slowing. He's just as fast as he's ever been.
There's just, yeah, it's been a wild story to cover. And we'll see what Tim does tonight in the 12 car.
So Tim is that car in the bottom right there, the maroon, that's 5 rows back. That's the car you're really going to, I mean, of course, there are a lot of players in this race, but there's no doubt you're going to see Tim roll his way up through the field here as we get underway.
Inside the 5th row, the maroon car with the black stripes in the front. He's your all-time winner with 120 wins.
Beautiful view of the field here from the pace truck.
Baker pace truck leads him around. Sportsmen have been a mainstay at Berlin Raceway for decades, and tonight will not disappoint as well. These cars as well also battling the same conditions we've been talking a lot about in the super late model division, and that is hot, slick racetrack. These cars are, believe it or not, even more out of control than the super late model cars. These cars are already kind of known to slide as it is. So this is going to be interesting to watch. Tom Thomas, winless in the last several years here at Berlin Raceway. Took a couple years off, has not won in the sportsman division. This is probably his best chance ever, at least probably this year from the front row. And you got to think a race, one of these longer races probably favors the veterans.
Yeah, as you mentioned, longest race these cars will run all year, 40 laps.
Ray Clay behind him in the 11 car. Ray Clay raced here for couple decades and took over a year off, or over 10 years off. Now is back. Hands out the window, 1 to go. Under a pretty nice crowd with the weather conditions. Everyone's still kind of filing in here. Glad you are a part of it. We want to thank FloRacing, NASCAR, Don and Minnie DeWitt, our track owners, our track president Mike Bursley, Andrew and the Cinerific video crew. I'm Matt McKenzie along with Blake Carms, Rick James, and Nate Dreyer on pit road, and all the action here on a Wednesday afternoon and night about to get underway.
Let's turn them loose.
Let's turn them loose. Tom Thomas on the inside. It's going to lead him to green. They stay side by side for the moment. Phil O'Connell gets a good jump up on the outside. The 77, O'Connell has not raced all year long. And the 77 has not been here at all.
Tom Thomas looks maybe a little tight in the corners. That allows Phil O'Connell to almost snatch the lead here.
This one is a long one, though, 40 laps. So a lot to be decided as they scramble behind him a little bit. Tom Thomas back down to the inside. If you have a red and white car, you're in the front row. That's how it works.
Man, Tom looks tight, especially in 3 and 4, trying to get that car to turn.
You wonder if the race goes on, if it will loosen up again, if that was potentially a setup. Look at the hornet's nest behind him, 2 by 2 by 2 back there. Alan Davis, Ray Clay, Scott Baker, Brian Tillema, and everybody else.
Neck and neck, it's working for Tom.
Yeah.
He's going to take the lead from Phil O'Connell.
Yeah, so Tom Thomas grabs the lead at lap number 3.
Ooh, gets a little loose there in the backstretch. Whoa, look at those tight racing quarters. That's for 3rd. Alan Davis and Ray Clay.
Oh, they get close. Black and red cars for the 3rd position.
Really stacked up.
Alan Davis up on the outside. He's able to get kind of, well, sort of get in front of Ray Clay. 2 specific grooves going on here for sure. This is the 8 car. It looks like that.
Joe Jones.
Okay, Joe Jones. Thank you. Haven't seen only seen him a couple times this year. Alan Davis able to drive away from the black car of Ray Clay.
It's a battle for 4th. Brian Tillema trying to take the outside row. He's that yellow 76 car. Brian Tillema going to move on the inside.
Oh, Tomey's in the inside of Ray Clay. They go 3 wide.
Good racing awareness by Tillema to move up.
Yeah. Tillema's one of the best here. 7-time champion in the 76.
Oh, We got a
contact.
spin. Is he going to save it?
He can save it, and he doesn't
Not
save
quite.
it. Ray Clay spins right in the middle of the field.
Could have been worse.
Thankfully, everybody gets through that melee. Boy, that was some tight racing.
Yeah, it was.
So Ray Clay spins at lap number 6.
Looks like he kind of clipped the tire down there too, but not too much damage. It definitely could have been worse. Drivers did a good job avoiding him. It's going to bring out the first caution of the day. Boy, that was some good racing there in that first stint.
And Ray Clay does go pit side. So they will have to get this one. It looks like Scott Baker has a little damage. Let's watch the FloRacing replay, see what happened here.
I see Tommy get in there.
No, that was Scott Baker.
Or excuse me, Baker.
Yeah, Scott Baker got in there. Tommy was right behind. Look at those guys thread the needle. That is, Scotty Root gets through. Heads up driving by everybody there.
Seen a lot of situational awareness. We saw Tillema move up there as another view. It's hard. I mean, don't want to make judgments, but it seemed like it was kind of just a racing deal where you saw Ray come down a little bit.
And Scott Baker was there, and
yeah,
around they go. So Tom Thomas continues to lead. Phil O'Connell, good run for his first race of the year, runs second. Alan Davis third. Scott Baker will be fourth when we get this back underway one more time.
perhaps not a whole lot of surprises. Of course, still very early on in this race. You see Tim DeVos moved his way up to 8th during that stint. He's now on the outside of row number 4.
Lights still on the Baker Pace truck, so we'll see if that makes any difference at all this time by. If we go green, there's the finger from Dick Moore. Dick Moore gives him the finger in turn number 3 and 4, indicating one more lap till we turn him loose.
Lined up the same ways they did to start this race. That is Phil O'Connell and Tom Thomas, with Tom on the inside, Phil on the outside. That's Alan Davis and Scott Baker behind him in row number 2.
Baker Pace truck dives in. Still 34 laps to go in this one. 34 laps for Tom Thomas in the 82. Phil O'Connell up to the outside of the 77.
Another good start for Phil. He's able to hang on side by side. Oh, little contact there. That's between 33 of Alan Davis. Got into the back quarter panel of Scott Baker. They're able to keep it straight. Baker running in 3rd. You see the little damage there.
Phil O'Connell back to the front, as mentioned, back in front of Tom Thomas one more time.
And you can see that damage to Scott Baker's car from that contact with Alan Davis.
And he already had previous contact with Ray Clay from the incident before, so a couple different things going on there.
There you see, here comes Tim DeVos. Cue the Jaws music. He is now up to 6th, working on Brian Telmy and Alan Davis. He's in that red and black car there. You see right there, the number 12.
He was much faster than everybody else in practice. The question is, can he get there? Long time to do it. Oh, side by side with Alan Davis. The 2 red cars, he's going to try to get by up the outside. There's too much traffic up there. Tomey blocks the lane in the 26, not able to get through.
Wow, he dives in there deep. That is Tim DeVos as Phil O'Connell continues to lead. Tom Thomas keeps working that inside line, trying to make some ground up. Scott Baker working his way up as well.
DeVos has to settle back a little bit, not able to get up in there. Going to try one more time. Now everybody's single file.
He's up to 5th, going to now work on 26 of Brian Telmy for 4th.
Phil O'Connell, Tom Thomas, Scott Baker. You can see them all right there, jammed together.
There goes Tim.
Brian Telmy, 26, and Tim DeVos, the 12. That's your top 5. And now Tom Thomas again looks for a battle for the inside, trying to take that lead away one more time.
They are stacked up there, bumper to bumper, all the way through much of the top 10. Tom Thomas is trying to get a little ground there. Oh, a little bobble from Phil. That's going to get Tom a little bit of a run, and he's going to be almost side by side with him going into 3.
Phil O'Connell wiggles a little bit the 77 car. That's going to allow Tom Thomas.
Oh, look at Tim.
Here he comes up the outside.
Yeah, it's a rocket ship.
Scott Baker slams the door.
Oh, my goodness. Look at him running the outside line. He's going to get by Scott Baker in one corner. He's going to work on Tom Thomas for second.
And it's just a matter of time before the 12 car gets up there. And just
unbelievable.
Look at that.
Unbelievable. I think he'll have it by this next round.
It's looking that way as Tim DeVos continues to. Oh, and Phil O'Connell gets loose to 77, and that's all it took.
That's all it takes.
Tim DeVos, I guess you could say, impatiently waited, right?
Yep.
Got up there and already grabs the lead at lap number 14. And if this race goes how we think it will, it's going to be curtains for everybody else.
Just so strong this year. Of course, as you mentioned, all-time winningest driver in Berlin Raceway history, has not let that stop him. He hit that mark a few years ago.
Oh, contact. They almost spin around. That Scott Baker and Brian Tomey get together. Thankfully, they're able to keep it together. We keep this one under green.
Good racing between friends. Brian Tomey, Kevin Ford, both champions in this division, running for 5th. You see Kevin Ford in the 4 car running the outside line. Here's a replay. Oh, wow. Good save. Great save. Looks like Brian Tomey's going to almost get that spot. Ford gets a bit of a...
And Tom Thomas again trying to get past Phil O'Connell. That's the battle for second. Thomas 82, O'Connell 77.
These two very evenly matched. They both seem comfortable running in their preferred lines, as you see. It looks like, I mean, I guess Scott Baker's getting a little impatient, saying, hey guys, I got to get around you here. He may try.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Close quarters again. Oh, Phil O'Connell gets loose. Almost gets in the quarter of 222 Scott. Oh, can Phil O'Connell. Wow. Okay.
Phil O'Connell's been getting loose.
No spotters, no
corners.
mirrors. They're
That's
doing
right.
it. Impressive run. Tim DeVos leads, by the way. He's gone.
I was going to say, this all happening behind him.
Ray Clay's car is extremely slow on the backstretch, but I think we will stay green. And we do.
Tom Thomas now comfortably in second. Scott Baker's working on there. You see the battle that continues. This for position number 5, as you see Ray pull in.
We are halfway. We'll give you a full field rundown. Tim DeVos lead 2.7 seconds over Tom Thomas. Scott Baker 3rd, Phil O'Connell 4th, Kevin Ford 5th. Brian Tomey, Alan Davis, Scotty Root, Brian Tillema, Donnie McNabb.
Mo Davis runs 11th, Bob Bliss, Braden Cook, Ray Clay just pulled it in, Nathan McNabb off the track, as are Derek Vath, Joe Jones, and Greg Nienhaus. Pretty good racing continues there for position number 4. You see Tomey's gotten by Phil O'Connell. Now Kevin Ford's working on him.
Phil O'Connell hasn't raced all year, having a pretty good run. All things considered, I would say.
Yeah.
As I say, that car gets a little bit loose again. Now we're getting some heat and some laps on these tires.
He's been bobbling around through the corner, but nice job hanging on to it, as he's now under fire from Alan Davis for position number 6.
Mo Davis pulls off, by the way, so now another one. 13 cars left running.
40 laps, a long race for these guys.
$15 to go. Laps continue to click off. Tim DeVos's lead over 3 seconds over second place Tom Thomas. Alan Davis on the inside of Phil O'Connell.
He's for position number 6. Hasn't been able to quite make his way around him yet. He's been trying every which way. Meanwhile, battle for second.
There it is. Tom Thomas, Scott Baker.
Baker's trying
really hard. In the 222, Baker's car has taken a couple shots today in this race. You can see the damage in the 222, still running good. Brian Tomey behind has also been in the fray of this one in the 26, trying to work his way around as the laps continue to click off. As you can see, 13 to go.
Seen, Scott Baker in that 222 tried just about every which way to get around him here. Tom Thomas doing a great job of running that high line, or low line rather, keeping him at bay. Tim seems to be the only one who can make a pass on the outside. Everyone else, it's very hard to do at this track, especially in these cars. You don't see it very often.
It'll be 10 to go next time by Scotty Root pulls off. There's another one down.
Baker looks like he's sliding it through the corner a little bit as well.
Best spot on the racetrack is this one right here. Scott Baker, 222, trying to get around Tom Thomas, 82.
Tim DeVos's lead has grown to 4.5 seconds on Tom Thomas, and he's about to lap a car.
Braden Cook pulls off another one down as we've gone 30 laps. Long time for the sportsman. So they continue to fall off here. One guy who hasn't fallen off, Tim DeVos, as you mentioned. These guys, good battle for second. Oh, Scott Baker makes contact with Tom Thomas, and he's going to back it into the fence.
Wow.
Right into the side of Kevin Ford. Brian Tomey spins to avoid. And Blake, I felt like you could feel that one coming.
That's a big wreck. A lot of good players in that. I don't think folks are going to be too happy about that one.
No, that's not going to be one to... Tomey spins to avoid. Kevin Ford got last piece of that. Tom Thomas got the worst of that, backed it into the fence.
See safety crews quickly arriving on the scene. You see movement around. Well, looks like Tom Thomas may try to drive it away. Kevin Ford might as well.
Let's watch the FloRacing replay here. I mean, we were watching as much as you were. A little contact between
Scott Baker and the 222, Tom Thomas.
Tom Thomas, 82. Tomey gets
collected.
Tomey does get a piece of that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and Kevin Ford tried to. Not a whole lot you could do. Yeah, there's going to be some
hurt feelings.
Unsatisfied customers there.
Everyone able to pull away. Safety crews just checking on debris.
It again. We'll watch it again here. Into 4. You see Scott Baker trying to get position on the inside. They head down into 1 here.
I mean, another
your
racing deal.
Yeah, it's just
hard to tell. You know, without the spotters, without that help, I mean.
Yeah, Tomey hit him pretty good there.
You're just.
Yeah, I mean, 9 laps to go, hot, slick racetrack. You're
Both
going
think
for
it's their
it,
line,
and
tough deal though. A lot of good cars taken out by that. And boy, what a race of attrition we have had. Right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars on the track.
Yeah, this is well, you know, these races, these longer races, we're going to see it too in the 150. Attrition is going to be a story, no question.
Absolutely.
Sportsman, we don't see it quite as much simply because of the amount of laps, but today, attrition definitely a story. There's Tim DeVos, whose 5-second lead has been eviscerated. Phil O'Connell will now be second.
I was going to say, although for Tim, most of his main, whoever would have put up a fight, has been knocked out of this race. Not to say Phil O'Connell couldn't try something, but
the top 5 greatly affected. So,
hey guys, I'll check in here from pit road. Thomas's team is making an effort. They got the car refired. They've been working on mostly what looks like a lot of sheet metal and body damage at the back of the race car. There's a little bit of clip damage as well they're working on. He's turned the race car back off, but they're trying to get the 82 off. The 222 of Scott Baker just fired back onto the racetrack as well. But right now, a lot of work going on Tom Thomas's car as that team is trying to get him back out on the racetrack despite the heavy rear end damage to the 82.
yeah, he hit it. He backed it in there pretty good. So if they do get him back out, I don't think he's going to set the world on fire. But that being said, like you mentioned, Blake, half the field is out of this one. He's in the points. Tom's in the points. So he's got to get out there and probably try to turn just a couple more laps.
He's got to get going. The lights are off.
Let's see if they're able to get that.
We're getting ready to go here. Here they come to the restart. Looks like
Yep, they're going to get him out and probably turn a couple laps. All right, back under green. Boy, look how much the field has shrunk. Tim DeVos, Alan Davis, your new front row. Phil O'Connell, now Brian Tillema finds himself as part of that mix. Tomey did continue, by the way, and Scott Baker also did come back out. So they're all racing for points here. Looks like Greg Niehaus also came back out. So we lost a couple but gained a couple back. So Tim DeVos, who's absolutely gone. Alan Davis is second. Phil O'Connell third. Tillema fourth. And Donnie McNabb in the 47s up in the top 5. As you see DeVos, who continues to just put on a clinic. Tom Thomas completed 1 lap, so that will gain him at least a couple more positions around.
Tim DeVos's lead is already up over a second. In fact, a second and a half. Last lap, he ran a half-second faster than anyone else on the track.
Battle might shape up for third as we see Scott Baker trying to get past Bob Bliss. Yeah, now Tillema has been looking the yellow car, trying to get past Phil O'Connell now with 5 laps to go.
These cars bobbling all over.
Look how close they are. Tillema down to the inside. He's got position though now on Phil. Phil gives him room. So Tillema might snag this one away. This will be for a top 3 podium position, and he does.
Good move.
Four laps to go for Tim DeVos, who's gone. So we'll watch this battle. Alan Davis, good run for him in second. Tillema third, Phil O'Connell fourth. Donnie McNabb, your top 5.
There's Tim. We had to put it up on split screen because he's so far ahead of everyone else. There you saw a replay of that last incident there. Tim's lead now over 2 seconds. There's a lights out performance again. We've seen that week after week after week out of Tim DeVos this year.
I don't even know how you label this tour in particular. Whatever tour he's on, it's the victory post pad my huge wins victory tour, because he's doing it again. 1 to go. This will be win 121.
Wow.
For Tim DeVos here at Berlin Raceway, if he can pull it off, and it's looking likely.
So impressive.
He's going to come down and complete the corner. And Tim DeVos put it in the record books. 121 wins at Berlin Raceway. That is the all-time record by several dozen. Alan Davis, good run for him second. Tillema comes home third. Phil O'Connell fourth. Donnie McNabb, Scott Baker, Bob Bliss, and Braden Cook. That is everybody that was still in the top 9 that was still running. Ray Clay did come back out, by the way. So did Greg Niehaus. So there's a few more cars running at the end of that one. But DeVos, clinic.
You just have to appreciate greatness when you see it. I mean, it's just unbelievable to watch. It just looks like none of the rest of the field. The rest of the field is good. This is a stacked field. You're talking multi-time champions, and yet it makes it look so easy, especially what I'm particularly impressed by is his ability to run that outside line and just sail around cars as we saw in the beginning of the race. There are a few others who can do that in this entire premises in any division.
It kind of feels like he can do whatever he wants at this point.
That's a great way to put it.
Going to go past the scales. Kind of a different setup here because we got the UARA officials here, so we have a little bit more of a canopy setup today. But as long as he passes the scales and the brief tech debrief here, he'll go up to, well, theoretically, he'll go up to victory lane as we see three folks dive bombing the camera once again.
Of course.
Those guys are a lot of fun. The UARA guys are, they have fun doing this, and we're glad to have them. They're a really fun addition to the, they were kind of teasing us yesterday, too.
You hear Jeff Striegel talking to the fans as now we're kind of getting into a tricky zone.
Yeah, we'll talk about the weather here in just a minute. As soon as DeVos, quick side note, DeVos is scheduled to victory lane. He's only gone once in the last 3 years. there's a whole bunch of stories as to why. His choice, no one's forcing him to do it, but in this particular case, I don't think we'll see him go to victory lane, but it's a midweek show. Nice crowd on hand. Carson Hocevar here, Eric Jones is here, Ty Majeski's here, we're here, fans are here, Ricky Brooks is here, everybody's here. Maybe he will do it today.
This guy, I just have so much respect for him. He's such a wheelman. He showed up today in a long sleeve button down and jeans working on his car out here.
That's what he does.
90-degree heat, and he's just in it for the racing.
One of the absolute characters here at Berlin Raceway. But there's Matt Preer there, who's up here with us last week. We'll see if Tim goes to victory lane. Nate is there, but I don't think you're going to need you, Nate. We'll find out here in a minute.
And the noise you hear, them getting the super lates.
Yeah, the super lates are coming out, but boy, they're taking a long time down there in tech. So there's cars moving and cars coming and going. It's Don Tillema standing there. There's Paul Ritchie. Just name all the people we can name.
There we go.
Let's see. All right, DeVos rolls through.
Looks like he's
Wait,
coming.
No. Yes?
He's coming.
Oh, okay. All right. Nate Dreyer, it's your second victory lane interview with Tim DeVos ever. Now we have to ask why. We didn't think it was going to happen, but here it is. He's up and out of the car. Hang on a second here. Let's go down to victory lane to Nate Dreyer.
All right, Berlin's all-time winningest driver. Hey, you made it look easy. I mean, is it just one of those again that was so easy that you had to come talk to me today?
Well, yeah, last time we were here, the sway bar fell off in it, and I finished 6th or something like that, so it's way better tonight. It got loose after that last restart, and I don't know why, but it was pretty sideways then. Earlier in the race, it was great. I think probably a right rear groove, I'm assuming.
Started this year, I mean, what, all but 3 races you've gone to victory lane, you finished second, one of those you didn't. This race car, this start to the year, I mean, you've got 121 wins at this track. You're as good as it gets. Is this about as good of a car as you've ever had to start a season?
I couldn't hear they fired up a car, sorry.
Is this as good of a race car as you've ever had to start a season?
I think so, yeah, it's probably the best finish-wise. I think the competition is pretty good, but they're all just a little bit short. It's not a huge gap, but they're all just a little bit back, and it's just enough where I can get them by them one by one.
Congrats, Tim.
Thank you.
Tim DeVos, Berlin's all-time winningest driver, starts tonight with a trip to victory lane.
All right, Nate, appreciate it. We'll take a 1-minute break, come back, and we'll give you the starting lineup here for the 150. Money in the Bank 150, presented by Baker Auto Group. It's all coming your way next. You're watching Berlin on Flow.
The My Race Pass app is your motorsports headquarters on race night. With over 800 organizations across multiple forms of motorsports, you'll always have the information you need in the palm of your hand. Race day information with official entries, lineups, live timing and drag racing timing slips, official results, point standings, announcer audio, fantasy racing, and so much more. Don't be left in the dark on race night. Download the My Race Pass app today in Google Play and the App Store. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Back at Berlin Raceway, the Money in the Bank 150 getting ready to roll off. Before we give you the starting lineup, we're going to go right down trackside and talk about the guys going to put on the show for you. We'll start down on the front stretch with Nate Dreyer.
Andrew Morrissey gets to start right on the pin. He's inverted to P1. Can the 39 car, Andrew, stay where it's starting here tonight?
Yeah, I think so. We've gotten a lot better the last couple days here, and yeah, we'll see what she's got. I know this track's really slippery, and you got to keep the tires on it and see how we fare out here.
All right, wish you luck at that. Rick James is catching up with Bubba Pollard.
Oh, no Raceway. Bubba Pollard is ready for a fun night tonight at the 150. Bubba, welcome back to Berlin, my friend. What's the plan to stay at the front of this race?
Yeah, I think we got a decent race car, and we just got to stay up toward the front. And this going to be a tire game, I think, but also the weather. So we'll just see what we got. Hopefully, we can. Carson and the 71 don't block us too much, and we can get by him, and it'll be a good race.
Thanks, Bubba. Nate Dreyer, who you got?
Michael Atwell, reigning UARA national champion, ran in the top 5, ran well when you were here a couple weeks ago reconning for this race. What did you learn that day, and how do you think the race car lines up for 150 laps tonight?
Yeah, it's going to be important just to manage the tires. It's a long race, and we got some weather coming in here, so staying up with the track, making sure we keep these tires underneath us and keep the fenders on it. I think we got a good piece.
All right, good luck tonight. Rick James with Chase Pinsino, who's been super fast all day.
Outside of row number 4, car 14 starts behind Andrew Scheid. Chase, ready for the 150 tonight, my friend. What is the car feeling like?
Yeah, car's been really, really good. Felt like we had pace on the long run in our practice run there. Qualifying felt really good about it. We got a pro motor in this thing, so didn't expect to set the world on fire, but third's not too bad.
Pinsino's ready, Nate.
All right, with that, guys, we're going to wrap things up from the front stretch as we're 1 car away from getting this one underway. You can hear Jeff Striegel giving the final announcement of the front row here.
Car number 39, Andrew Morrissey. That is your 30-car starting lineup.
In the 30-car starting lineup, you just heard Carson Hocevar get introduced to the fans and the crowd.
There are a lot of Hocevar shirts in those grandstands tonight.
Quick fire of the engines. And with that, we're racing a 150 and we're racing the weather a little bit today, so that's what the urgency was for the starting lineup. We are glad to have you along. Let's dive into that starting lineup. Blake Carms, Matt McKenzie, Blake Carms. Here is the Money in the Bank 150 presented by Baker Auto Group. Your front row looks like this. Andrew Morrissey in the 39. Of course, Carson Hocevar in the 71. Max Reeves goes next in the 18. Then it's Bubba Pollard in the 26. Brian Campbell, 47, the local favorite, goes next in. It's Andrew Scheid, finished second in this race 1 year ago. Michael Atwell, top 5 car a couple weeks ago. Chase Pinsino looking for a solid run, another top 5 car here in the past year. Ty Majeski, another big name who's had several top 5 runs when he visits Berlin Raceway. And Eric Jones, defending winner of this race and the 250, looking to do it again tonight. He was fast qualifier and he will start 10th.
Hudson Halder places 11th out of Cumming, Georgia. Blake Rowe almost won this race 2 years ago. He rolled off 12th tonight. Austin Hall, the defending series champion, rolls off 13th. Terry Seneker, always fast here, begins 14th. Evan Shako, former track champion, will start 15th tonight. Tristan McKee rolls off 16th. He's here with Spire Motorsports tonight. Chet Monowick rolls off 17th. Keith Herp begins 18th. Chris Shannon starts 19th. Dylan Stovall, a driver to watch tonight. He rolls off 20th.
Veteran Scott Thomas goes next in the 21st position. Then it's Tyler Lupton, 2 wins last year for him here at Berlin. Buddy Head, his 4th or 5th race ever here at Berlin. Long-time veteran campaigner, calls Berlin home for this year. Chase Berta, a couple good runs here in the past as well in the 18. Trayton Lapsovich, winner here before in ARCA and in Outlaw late models as well. Had some great runs, looking to do the same thing in the super late model. Boris Jurkovic, former 251 winner here at Berlin. Harrison Halder, his first event here. Justin Thomas, former sportsman standout, and Rockford's Ken Wama, 27. He'll be in the 27 as your 29th starter, and this 150 presented by Baker Auto Group. And with that, we're going to turn them on the front stretch here as they do the wave lap as they come by.
There's so much to watch here. No doubt we're going to get rain at some point during this race, so this will almost be 2 different races. They're racing a very hot, slick racetrack for this first stint, barely hanging on. We're still close to 90 degrees temperature-wise right now here in Marne, Michigan. And after this race, no doubt going to be cooler as maybe some of the rubber will get washed away. So this really is going to be a tale of 2 races, and drivers seem to be kind of thinking of it as that way as well heading into tonight.
Definitely going to be a tale of 2 races. Also, Blake, you look inside, the wind has picked up. So you know that you're a meteorologist, you know that storm front is coming. Yep. The rain is coming. We'll keep you posted when it is. The plan is to get all 150 in.
They're
one
flying
way
through this.
Or the other.
No time for pageantries. We're getting racing.
The pageantries for about 4 minutes. Shotgun to winning, if you were. Let's get it done, and off we go. Baker Pace Truck's going to dive in. 150 laps as a distance. We're going to put the first lap just so you can hear the cars go around the Berlin half mile. It's going to be your front row. Andrew Morrissey, Carson Hocevar for the Money in the Bank 150 2026 edition. It's underway, and the green flag is out. Maybe not surprisingly, Carson Hocevar will lead lap number 1. 3 wide behind him for second and third. Brian Campbell's part of that mix. Max Reeves is a part of that group as well.
These drivers are racing with urgency. We see Brian Campbell already up to third, trying to see if he can get by Max Reeves, who holds the second position right now. There you see him. He's in that white and blue, number 47. With Andrew Morrissey sliding back to fourth since the start of this race.
So there you see it's Hocevar, Reeves, Campbell, Morrissey, and Bubba Pollard rounds out the top 5. Now he looks down to the inside, trying to make a pass, at least potentially early on. He gets down to the inside of Morrissey. Oh, and slams the door. Morrissey slams the door right behind him. Field is really strung out.
It's Berlin veteran going to try to use that outside line. Brian Campbell going to get a huge run on Max Reeves and take second away.
Hocevar's lead about, we'll call it 6 car lengths. Brian Campbell second. Reeves runs third.
Still a lot of side-by-side racing through this field as cars work to get sorted out. I think it's fair to say, Matt, that if you've got a good car, you can try to make that outside line work. But if you're loose, that's a dangerous slope.
Bubba Pollard making the outside line work, trying to get around Morrissey up to the outside. The white car, there's Bubba on the outside. Boy, they get close.
Boy, Matt, we've seen a lot of these starts of races. These drivers are not holding back. You can tell.
This one seems a little frantic.
Oh, a little contact.
Little contact. This one has a little bit more of a frantic feel here early on. The weather is coming.
Berlin Raceway confident they can get the whole race in tonight, but track officials or race officials did say they could call it at halfway if they had to. So you have to think that's at least in the back of the minds of these folks tonight. Again, all intentions are to get 150 laps in, but I don't think that's putting these drivers at ease very much.
A lot of kind of unknowns here. The weather certainly is going to be the X factor of the whole thing. There are competition yellows at 50 and 100, so we're going to stop at 50 regardless of the weather, unless Mother Nature talks about it first.
Here we see Andrew Morrissey working with Michael Atwell. That's for position number 5. Atwell making that inside line work just down along the nose there, and he's going to grab it from Andrew Morrissey.
That puts Atwell into the top 5 now.
And there you see Chase Pinsino not far behind. Andrew Scheid, Ty Majeski all winding up behind them as Blake Rowe makes a move on Eric Jones. That's for position number 10.
So put Blake Rowe in the top 10, throw Jones out of the top 10 for the moment.
Lap times are at around 17.3 right
whole
now.
second slower than what they qualified. Not surprising.
That's been a big conversation. Tire conservation, making these left sides last 150 laps. They have 6 tires for this race. 4 of them are on the car right now. They can only change the right side tires once. So there's no doubt that there is an understanding you cannot burn your stuff up this early on. And they haven't run that long in these tires yet here at Berlin Raceway.
Well, the other thing to think about, we don't want to talk about the tires forever. One thing also hasn't been done this year with these tires so far is they're going to have to run 150 laps on the left side tires. Never been done this year in this particular tire. The most they've run is 75 on them. So we're going to double up.
That was top of mind for a lot of drivers.
Right sides is usually the ones you talk about, but left side's 150, that's a lot.
Wondering if Brian Campbell is content riding behind Carson Hocevar. It seems like he's been taking a few peaks. I wonder if he gets the opportunity, if he's going to take it. He has certainly not dropped back at all from the 71.
You wonder if maybe Campbell's calculation, get up front and stay there in case the weather or something else happens.
I think so.
You call the shots from up there.
Hocevar not making it easy. Of course, Hocevar is a veteran of this track. This is where he got his start. Ran Super Late Models, won the championship. Just 15 years old, youngest champion in series history. So it's not like he's just some national guy coming here for one race. He knows his way around this racetrack, even if he doesn't spend every Saturday here. And you see the odd shape of this track. What would you describe it as?
Deformed egg.
It's a good way to put it.
All right, it's kind of an egg, sort of.
Yeah, backstretch a little deformed.
Battle for the lead. We're watching the deformed egg battle for the lead right there. Brian Campbell inside, 47, trying to get around Carson Hocevar.
Hocevar is always one who likes to run the outside line at this track, and that does open him up in a position like this for someone like Campbell who can turn the corners well, and he's making ground up on him.
Okay, Campbell go down to the inside. Campbell's last few weeks have been either wreckers or checkers. He's either had an issue or won here at Berlin Raceway in the regular weekly division.
Side by side, Max Reeves in the 18 coming up fast. So is Andrew Scheid, or excuse me, Bubba Pollard. That's Bubba Pollard in the 26.
Everybody else now more or less single file and several sort of kind of distinct groups, I guess we'll call it.
There you see the front four running up there. Again, that's Hocevar, Campbell, Reeves, and Pollard. Pollard ran the back bumper of Max Reeves. Seems like Campbell may be backing off, trying to recollect his stuff to make another move.
Still a long way to go in this one. There, great shape. Look at the odd shape there. And if this one stays green for another 30 laps, they are going to catch lap traffic before too long. You wonder if this pace is faster than they anticipated, or this is kind of what everybody calculated. It doesn't seem especially slow.
No. Pole speed was right around, what, a 16.4. They're currently running a 17.5, so still just over a second off of their qualifying times. And again, this track remains very hot and slick. Temperatures still in the 80s. It is starting to cool off as that weather begins to approach, but still plenty warm. And that track temperature has to be over 100 degrees.
Boy, you wonder if Campbell in the 47, because we know the weather's coming and we know there are breaks coming too.
So is Bubba Pollard.
Yeah,
Pollard's coming.
We're going to get a competition yellow too at 50 anyway. You wonder if they might be thinking, hey, maybe we'll push it a little bit more. Yeah, that doesn't. It seems like he's pushing it more than Brian would normally push.
They're not riding around.
No.
And of course, it's different from what we typically see with these races, where cars get settled in, try to make it to the point where they change the tires, and then go. Seems like very little saving going on as we see Bubba Pollard continue to try to work the inside of Max Reeves for position number 3.
25 laps complete. Next time by, it's been Carson Hocevar since the drop of the green flag. And you can see the gap there. Carson in the bright yellow car on your screen.
Michael Atwell diving in on Bubba Pollard. That's for position number 4.
So some more changes up front here. Oh, Pollard way up to the top groove. Oh, 3 wide, the 25 laps in, 150 lap race, why not?
Tight quarters.
Good racing up front. This is way racier than I think we anticipated. As we see Brian Campbell shove it down the inside again of Carson Hocevar trying to get around. This might be the best position he's had on him the whole time.
Hocevar able to make that outside line, get a good run down the backstretch, but Campbell is so good on the inside row. He's going to try to collect it, dive down to the inside wall, see what he can do here on the front stretch.
Can't do it.
Clears him. He's tried that a few times
Yeah,
now.
You made a good point about Carson running the upper groove. He did the same thing here last year when that same car kind of run the upper groove, getting a good bite up there. As now we see that battle for third. Bubba Pollard, white 26, Max Reeves, black 18.
Atwell tried to make a move. Looks like it didn't work. Therefore, Reeves and Pollard remain side by side.
Oh, they get close again. Pollard, after all of that, finds himself in the 3rd position.
That's got to be bad news for Brian Campbell and Carson Hocevar. Pollard's in the mix, and it doesn't look like he's holding back either. That time, 17.8s for just about everyone in the top 5.
Brian Campbell again trying to get past Carson Hocevar, can't do it.
Fastest car on the track that time, Ty Majeski back in 8th, ran a 17.5.
They're going to start to catch lap traffic in a minute, and here comes Bubba Pollard, who's also going to be part of this mix as well.
Campbell's got a good run here. Oh, he's got good position. If he can turn it down enough.
He can. Look at him slide it through. The problem is I think they're going to hit the lap car. I think Ken Wobble might be the car. No, it's not Ken. Who is it? No, they're still a little ways from here, about a half a backstretch. So another 5 laps, they'll probably catch him. And Carson Hocevar again able to stay in front of Brian Campbell for the moment.
Campbell is so close. He keeps trying to make that inside line work, but Hocevar is so good at running the outside.
Bubba Pollard's car seems pretty good wherever he wants to take it to. Bubba's now in 3rd.
They're starting to gap Michael Atwell in 4th a bit as we see Chase Pinsino. He's up to 5th. Max Reeves starting to drop just a few positions.
Campbell again, 47. Bubba Pollard, 26. Hocevar's led them all. Campbell again on the inside, can't do it.
May not be long before Pollard is side by side with Campbell. It has to up the urgency for that 47. The 71 just looks so strong. We saw it in practice. We knew he was going to be one of the cars to beat here, at least early on in this race. He got the track position.
By the way, we're 15 laps away from a competition yellow if we stay green. Speaking of green, I see you checking the radar.
Yeah, rain is about 25 miles away. Just about to hit the Lake Michigan shoreline.
So how quickly is the storm moving? So
about 45 miles per hour. My guess is we've got probably about 20 minutes before we start to see the real lightning.
Oh, man. That's going to be right at the halfway point or real close.
You would think they're going to try to hustle through this competition yellow.
If we stay green, we will have the comp yellow in 14 laps with the weather lurking. Campbell still can't get by Hocevar. First lap car will be Ken Wadmut. The question is...
Campbell. It's a good run.
Yeah, it's a good run, but there's a car there. Kind of wondered if that was going to be the issue, and it was.
Track officials said during the drivers' meeting today, if you are getting lapped, you have to stay down on the inside or you will be black flagged. So as you see these cars come up on lap traffic, there's a reason you're going to see them all dive to the inside. That is because they are being mandated to let the lead lap cars pass them on the outside.
Good information. They do have a spotter, too, of course, to tell them to go down there. So Ken's the first car to go a lap down. Part of the strategy was, we talked to a couple different guys, Blake, and they said part of the strategy of this one is if you want to do the conservative route, you can serve as much as you can without going a lap down just to save it for the end. Although, again, with the weather being such an interesting factor in this one, I'm not sure you're going to, that is the strategy. Maybe that went out the window with the storm. I'm not sure. Campbell again down to the inside. You heard Bubba Pollard on the Make Ready shoot make reference to Carson Hocevar. And it wasn't exactly a Christmas card. We'll see what he says or does here if he gets a shot at the lead at lap number 41. Campbell again, 47 down the inside. How much is he going to push it, Blake, to try to grab the lead at the 50 mark?
Hocevar just gets so much speed out on the outside line, especially seems like he's strongest coming off turn 2. It seems like Campbell's able to get close to being side by side with them, but Hocevar's strength around this track is coming off of turn number 2, and Campbell has got good position on him. He's side by side between 1 and 2, but by the time they get down the backstretch, Hocevar has the lead back. So it's
mean, he's giving him room. It's not like he doesn't see a whole lot of pinching going on.
Meantime, there you see the battle between Michael Etwell and Ty Majeski. That's for position number 6. I mentioned that Ty Majeski running fast lap times.
Majeski's working his way up now to 6, and Campbell can't get around. There's going to be lap cars, and that's going to probably negate his chance.
Bubba Pollard slowed down a little bit. He's slowing down. I think he's got a problem. He's in turn number 1.
Oh, wow.
Huge development.
Bubba Pollard off the pace. You didn't see that one coming, and that is a heartbreak. He's super slow, does not go pit side, though, so Pollard dropping like a rock through the field.
Coming off turn 4 right now. He is very, very slow down the front stretch, going from 3rd to...
Yeah, he's dropping.
Looks like he might be blowing something. I see smoke coming out. Oh, another tough break. He had a tough race last year. There you see him.
Yeah, he's in trouble now.
He's about to go a lap down. Wow.
And he's going to pull it in. Yeah, boy. Caution flag is out at 104. You wonder if it's for something related to the 26 car.
That's my guess. All smoke coming out. Could be some sort of fluid on the track.
So we saw a competition yellow scheduled for 50. We made it to 46. And Pollard stays out.
I don't see any.
No, I'm not sure if they
may have called it for Pollard, because I don't see any safety trucks coming on the track.
Yeah. Well, now the safety truck's moving.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. But Pollard, he didn't pull it in. You wonder what the calculation is here. And now he is dead in the water at lap number 45.
Wow. He was frustrated last year, had some issues, eventually ended up pulling it in early. And another really tough day coming all the way up from Georgia. I can't imagine he's.
Yeah, let's go to pit road. What do you got, guys?
Yeah, so we're waiting for Bubba Pollard right now down here. And as we wait to see the 26 car, there was a bit of a word of maybe a distributor issue on the 26 car. But also remember, it's only his third race in this new car, this new chassis that he's been breaking out in 2026 for Bubba Pollard. And at Hickory in the Tar Heel 250, he had some issues with the race car that night as well. So there have been some teething problems with the new car to begin the year for Bubba Pollard. And it looks like early on from third place, it's rearing its head here again tonight as we're waiting for anybody to come down pit side. Rick James, I don't know if there's anyone down by you that you're seeing so far. Our pits are still closed. We're just hearing on the radio. So we'll send it back up to the booth and take a look when anyone else does come down. Ken Wabma has also come in that got the left side of that car jacked up.
Okay, thank you, Nate. Appreciate it. So I guess the question is, Blake, we're all wondering, why did he not pull in?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And maybe he was trying to get it refired.
That could be.
Don't know, but
I thought I saw some smoke coming out. Hard to tell from up here, but
if the distributor probably wouldn't be smoke if that's the issue. So I guess we'll have our pit reporters follow up on the Bubba Pollard. Either way, what a heartbreak after running third, challenging potentially for second and or the lead.
Brutalities of racing. You won this race 2 years ago, now being pushed back to pit road. Looks like it's back running. Yeah, just tough. Really tough for him. And he's a fan favorite up here, as you mentioned as well. He may be from Georgia, but feels like he's the hometown boy. A lot of folks root for him pretty much anywhere he goes.
Yeah, so pushed in. Let's go back down to pit road. What do you got, guys?
Yeah, the pits are open. Bubba Pollard is in, and not a ton of urgency immediately from that race team as they're checking some air pressure adjustments on the right-hand side of the race car. Chris Shannon also coming to the attention of his crew, and it looks like Boris Jurkovic has got his team waiting for the 53 to come in. Buddy Head is down here, so a lot of guys and a lot of action early on. Chris Shannon looks like they may be changing the right side tires on the 32 car right now, but there's a big name down by Rick James. Austin Hull has come in after a rough start to the race. Rick?
Thanks, Nate Dreyer. Austin Hull changing the right front tire. The right side is jacked up. Only work on the right front, and then looks like they're trying to cool the left rear or the right rear down a lot. Looking at Chase Berta in the 18. Right side jacked up as well. Only the right front being changed. Some more maintenance on the right rear, but no right rear change. Right front's taking a licking is what it looks like down here, Nate.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. Once again, Boris Jurkovic has come in down on this end, as I mentioned. Chris Shannon, that team will continue the right side tire change. So it's interesting here early. We've had a lot of words about how long these tires may be able to last. They're definitely longer wearing, or quicker wearing, I should say, tires than we had a year ago here at Berlin. So Boris Jurkovic is in. Chris Shannon is in. On the radio chatter, by the way, just quickly at the front of the field, Carson Hocevar along with Brian Campbell as they dueled at the front. Not really a ton of feedback from either, mostly just getting the gaps to each other. I think both of those guys were pretty happy to just save the pace at the front of the race. Guys, take it away.
All right, thank you. Well, save the pace. Didn't look like it from up here in the sense of the way they were racing. Now, they could, if that's saving, I can't wait to see them at lap 145, right? But good battle up front as we see Chase Berta getting more attention in the pits.
Looks like it may have fallen off the jack.
Yikes.
That's not good.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. That's exactly what happened there. You're seeing the images now. The 18 car crumpled down on the jack.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and you can see the body damage as well. Now sitting on as they're trying to put the car back up there. And you can also notice the heat as well as they got one of those big DeWalt blowers now pointing inside of the cockpit of the 18.
Okay, 18 car falls off the jack. Hopefully he's able to get back out. We've got to see what happened here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's tough.
Oh, man.
That's tough.
Wow, nice job from the camera crew there, but it's not your favorite highlight reel there.
While we have a quick moment, can we take the weather radar? The rain continues to approach. Skies are very gradually getting darker here. There it is. We are technically under a severe thunderstorm warning. Rain is still a little ways away, just reaching the lake shore. About 15 miles before we get really gusty winds, about 20 to 25 miles before we get that heavy rain. So it is approaching within the next half hour.
Not a lot behind it, though. That's what we're seeing,
you're right?
Boy, so this one's going to be the timing on this one's going to be everything. Again, race officials say potentially it's possible you could end the race after lap 75, but not necessarily the idea would get the whole race in. We'll see what race officials do here. So front row looks like this. Carson Hocevar outside, Brian Campbell inside. They make a little contact. Extremely slow start. Not sure if that was an official thing or that was an intentional thing, but wow, seemed like a crawl, and this might be Campbell's best chance to maybe have a shot at Carson up front.
3 wide, a little further back, just a hornet's nest. There you see the battle. That's for position number 3. Andrew Scheid alongside Chase Pinsino.
Bubba Pollard comes out and immediately back in. Bubba Pollard's day appears to be over.
Really tight racing quarters. You see Eric Jones in a sandwich there. Gets ahead of Dylan Stovall. Up front, just Campbell just cannot find a way around Hocevar. He keeps getting side by side, but as long as Hocevar stays in that top line, I think he's going to be very, very difficult to pass. And it seems like Campbell's finding that out right now.
Battle continues up front. Campbell again. They got clean air and no lap traffic.
It's a good run.
Campbell's got a really good run on there, but this is where Carson shines up in that second groove. Brian can't get back into it there.
That's a pretty good run.
This is about as close as Campbell's been in the 47 all day long.
Going all out here. Oh, he's going to lose some ground. Question is, Hocevar doesn't clear him.
No. Bubba Pollard out of the car. Oh, and can't do it again.
Oh.
Just can't do it. Going to leave lap 100 right now. We're 1/3 of the way through the Money in the Bank 150, presented by Baker Auto Group. There's the story so far. Nobody can get past Carson Hocevar. Brian Campbell tried.
Chase Pinsino pretty solidly in 3rd. We've talked about him learning his way around this track. He's been here the last few years. Seems like he's been getting better and better. Of course, Pinsino, one of the few Canadians in this field, comes from Belle River, Ontario, and he's putting on a good show in that 14 car co-owned by Carson Hocevar.
It's good battles all throughout the racetrack, not only for the lead, but a little farther back.
So if you're Brian Campbell, what do you do? If you keep trying to run this inside line, Hocevar's taking the outside. Is there really anything you can do to get by him?
I mean, he's done everything I think he can do, right? I mean, he's there. Again, the halfway point for this race is 75, and it was discussed in the drivers' meeting. It's potentially, you could, make an official race. Caution flag is out, and that's going to slow us down getting to that 75 lap mark.
Oh, we got a car around in turn number 4.
Ken Wadma goes around
on
lap 53. Let's watch the replay here. Let's see if he just by himself.
Yep. Does he make contact? No, he keeps it off the wall.
Keeps it off the wall. So that should be a quick. Now the question is, does anybody pit with the weather coming? We're not to 75 yet. We're only to 53.
In fact, is there a way to the director's booth, if we can take a wide shot, you can see the sky starting to darken over this track, especially over towards turn 3 and 4. The storm is coming in from the southwest, and again, we still have some time.
Pretty dark, yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, it's what do you got? Let's go to pit road briefly, guys. We're watching the clouds.
Yeah, Boris Jurkovic has come in quickly. The team made an adjustment, sent him on his way. Bubba Pollard out of the race car, as you guys mentioned. He has done battery issues on the 26 is the final call with that machine. And a touching on Carson Hocevar, who was battling at the front, as we know. Carson was mentioning the team. The car is snug. Has plenty of rear grip. He is worried a little bit still about how much of that right front he is going to have left on the race car. Also, Scott Thomas has just pulled in and will come to the attention of his race team right in front of us. They'll jack up the car. Let's see if it's just an adjustment or if it's a tire change for Scott Thomas in the 28 car. But that is a report from this end of pit road. What's going on with you, Rick James?
Thank you, Nate. Chase Berta in the 1.8 car comes down for some maintenance on the left rear. No tire change, obviously, but just changing some pieces behind the left rear of the 1.8. And Ken Wadma also came in for some more maintenance. So far, it's all quiet on this front of the racetrack.
And the guys are leading the cars on pit road. I think this is going to be our weather delay to give people a chance because everybody's coming down pit road.
Yeah, that's exactly. The teams are scrambling right now off the haulers. You can see that behind me. And a lot of quick messages about trying to get the radio receivers and everything covered and in a better position. Butch Van Dorn had come over the radio to Carson Hocevar on the first lap of the caution, said we've got a massive storm in 15 minutes. Well, not quite 15 minutes. Everybody coming down off the haulers. Cars are coming in, and we have reached the rain delay that we have been expecting to be coming here in the Money in the Bank.
Thank you, Nate. They've still got some time. That's the good news. I mean, this storm is still about 15 miles to our southwest. So it's a good thing they're doing what they're doing. There's lightning, there's strong winds, but we're not talking about rain in the next 30 seconds. So giving teams the opportunity to get their equipment covered.
Yeah, so this gives you can see how dark it is off in that shot there.
Yeah.
It's very dark to the southwest, or southeast, I should say. And we'll see how however the team scramble, but I imagine the car covers are coming out. Everybody's going to be able to take cover. I know the fans are going to be able to take cover along with the officials and our camera crew as well.
Yeah.
So we will stay with you with the coverage. We'll cover as much as we can until the rain hits, and then we'll probably duck out for a little bit. And as the rain hits, track drying crews are here, so they plan to dry it out. So we did not make it to the halfway point. We are at lap number 53. Carson Hulsevar, Brian Campbell, Chase Pincinel, Michael Atwell, Andrew Scheid, Ty Majeski, Max Reese, Tristan McKee, Andrew Morrissey, and Eric Jones, your top 10 at the moment. We are under red flag for incoming storm. We'll take a break and come back, and we'll cover things and update you what the plan is from here. You're watching Berlin Raceway on Flow. Back at Berlin Raceway under a weather delay here for incoming rain. In this particular case, you can see the fans beginning to shuffle down. The reason is, Blake, you're the meteorologist here. We got a banger coming across the lake here. The thing you're saying, high winds is going to be the major issue.
Yeah,
there.
of course, lightning a concern as well. Severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect for the entire West Michigan shoreline as this line comes through. It was rocking over in Illinois, Wisconsin. We watched across Lake Michigan. Track officials moved the events up by an hour to get the sportsmen in and try to get the show on the road, knowing that the weather was going to come in around this time. And now here we are at 6:38, and the storms are approaching. The skies continue to get darker. In fact, as it gets closer, you can see.
You're seeing the light side on this particular shot. So for the next little bit, we're going to stay with you. We'll cover as much as we can, but also our camera crews are going to also have to take cover, so they will not be out in this either. So we're going to have some limited coverage here until we can get things back to full speed, which we plan to do, by the way. The idea is that I drive the track, get everybody safe and back, and the fans and the officials, everybody back in place. And
they have track drying equipment here from Owasso Speedway, so they are prepared to get this track back moving. And the track is hot right now, so presumably rain will come. But the fact that the temperature on the track is so warm, that should help it dry faster.
So we're waiting for the weather to come in. We'll put up the Berlin Raceway text line. I know we've had a lot of messages come in to us, 616-816-7816. Got a lot of messages to get to here, and we appreciate all the notes. We got Mike in Cooper Township watching with Don Smith today. Got Greg from Indiana rooting on Eric Jones. Hey guys, cheering on fellow Canadian Chase Pinsino today. Have a great show from Matt in New Brunswick. Thank you for checking in, Matt. Hey guys, cheering on fellow Canadians as well. Got Justin from Fort Wayne rooting on the Hurricane, Carson Hocevar. Is that his new nickname?
It is.
All right, I like
for
it.
Lee Diffie.
All right. James from Melbourne, Florida. Come on, Bubba Pollard. Unfortunately, Bubba looks like he's done for the day. Tough break for him. Let's see. Storms got our friends. Hey, Storms just came through Wisconsin. Move fast, but very strong winds.
Ooh,
all right.
good to know.
Thank you. Love watching Flo. Hello from Will from South Carolina checking in with us. Got Dan from Colorado Springs watching today. Ken Epping watching from the Whiskey Room. Rooting on Brian Campbell. Hello from Phillipsburg, New Jersey. Rusty watching from Georgia. Also got Kenny from Lowell sitting in the main grandstand. Hoping we get the show in. We will get it, just in part 2. Got Nicholas Racing from Stockbridge, Michigan. Chris Greenbauer watching from home. Thank you, guys. Cody watching from Flushing, Michigan, rooting on Bubba Pollard. Rob watching from Morley, Michigan. Thank you, guys. Parker and Leah watching from Washington, rooting on Carson Hocevar. Watching from the back porch in Pensacola, Florida, home of the Snowball Derby. Got Jessica Gargliano watching from home with Josh today. Going to be a great night of racing, we're sure hoping so. And we got a hello from Rob on Facebook tonight from Charlotte, North Carolina. Usually watch on replay, but able to watch live tonight. Steve Wright from Gun Lake. Chris from Lexington, South Carolina. Tanner Tallarico watching in the race shop, putting the final touches on the mod for Saturday. That's right, we're racing mods on Saturday.
Before this weather hits, Nate, Rick, you guys got anything for us down on pit road? I know you got to take shelter.
Yeah, before you guys hit the decks.
Yeah, Rick, you can get in the shot as well. Yeah, so the one thing we can report, I'm not a meteorologist, but we do have the winds starting to pick up a little bit. So I think that probably only leaves one thing that's coming next. Nothing really from pit road on my end beyond what we saw. Teams are covered up, but an interesting start to this one, Rick, and some interesting stories, especially on your end with the Austin Hull situation in particular.
Absolutely, Nate. So I talked to the Hull crew very briefly, and they told me that while the car feels good, couple of handling issues, so obviously they're going to see what they can do to remedy that situation so far.
Yeah, so again, that's something we're watching. They had to go to the tire change. Other teams did as well. So we know that there's pretty aggressive tire wear that we've been seeing throughout the year on the American racers. The new compound this year at Berlin at a racetrack that tears up tires more than maybe any other in the country. And we've already seen a couple of guys have to make those stops. Austin Hull did it. Chris Shannon came in. Boris Yurkovic came in on my end of pit road. So we'll see what exactly is going to happen. But the traditional strategy is that you go as late as possible, and that's when you make that pit stop, change the right side tires. But that's going to remain the same, but the question is trying to get those right sides to last the whole way and baby the race car a little bit slower pace at the front. Like you guys said, Carson and Brian Campbell, yeah, they were battling, but I think both of them on the radio, there were some mentions of maybe not the full pace that they were showing, despite the battling that they had going on at the front. So we'll see who's maybe waiting on what. Carson was complaining, as I mentioned, that he was a little bit tight, which leads a bit of a concern onto the right front tire. So that's what the main tire that a lot of guys have been watching and talking about throughout the day. So that's kind of where things are lining up as we are waiting for the rain right now is really what it comes down to. The breeze is picking up. It's gotten a bit cooler, which is nice, but we are waiting for this deluge, guys.
All right, guys, take cover. We'll check in with you after the rain clears. Blake, yeah, you can see it coming in right now.
Just about to hit,
yeah. So we're going to take a quick break and let our crews get stuff ready together. Everything's covered up. We're going to take cover, but we're going to stay with you here on Flow. We'll keep you updated as the rain progresses on here, but we will plan on bringing you the rest of the Money in the Bank 150 here at Berlin. Back at Berlin Raceway under weather delay, and the screen you see there is the reason. That is what's coming our way, Blake, right now. And now you can see the wind beginning to pick up. The trees are starting to rock and roll.
Yep, they've covered the cars, evacuated the grandstand. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. We're expecting really gusty winds here pretty much any second now. These, there's a little bit of lightning too. The winds are just expected to howl here. Any moment, these clouds are coming in really fast. And again, we expected this right around 7 o'clock tonight. Don't think this rain is going to last too terribly long, but the most dangerous part of this line, of course, is the leading edge as we see the wind start to pick up right now.
Really picking up. In fact, let's go to a live shot on the backstretch real quick before we take a bail out of here. And
oh yeah, here it comes.
Yeah, the wind is really, you can see those trees moving. See how quick, look at the flag, right?
Yep.
See the flags blowing? Even our cameras are blowing around.
And
so
see the dust on the infield. The car covers are starting to, yeah.
And people running. So we're going to scatter. All right, so the rain is coming. So here's what we're going to do. Thank you for staying with us live here on FloRacing. We are going to cut away, but we're going to keep you up to date for the,
there goes some car
the
covers.
drying conditions. Yeah, it is really blowing a ton down there. And we're going to stay with you, occasionally come back and update you on the weather situation here. Hopefully everything survives this extremely high wind, and we'll bring you hopefully action the second part of the Money in the Bank 150. So weather delay for the extreme storm about to blow in here. Anticipating hopefully about an hour or so delay and then a quick track drying, and then we'll be back underway. So weather conditions, a storm coming in, rain's hitting right now. You're watching Berlin on Flow. So extended weather break. We'll check back with you at the top of the hour. Back at Berlin Raceway, live on FloRacing here, just a little bit after 7 o'clock Eastern time, and the reason we're weather delayed is what you're seeing on your screen right there. That is everybody taking cover. Ricky Brooks and the whole gang from UAR doing a great job. These guys are great to have along. Matt McKenzie along with Blake Harms, and Jeff Striegel joins us up top here. Jeff, as you were out doing the announcing today, as you do here, of course, at Berlin, stepped inside, and so far so good. What a race so far. Did not want to see this weather, but this is this 150. Even though we're only 53 in, I think the second half here is going to be a heck of a race when we get back to it.
Well, I think if the first 53 laps are any indication at all, yes, you're right, Matt. We're going to be in for a tremendous finish, and that's why we did what we did with the way that we ran the program. You know, I was trying to do some math backwards, going, okay, had we done it differently and ran the 150 first, we would more than likely be sitting here with 40 laps to go. But we were able to get the sportsman race in. Some of those guys have been able to load up and go home, and we will get this race in. But I want to go back and cover it. I mean, Hocevar and Brian Campbell, Bubba Pollard there for a long time. Then something went wrong. You guys may know. I don't know. We
heard battery and distributor issues
for
the pit road.
Running right there, you know, the top 3 running right together, the top 6 running right together. Michael Atwell, Andrew Scheid moving up, Ty Majeski coming through the field. And I think, Blake, when you go back a little bit deeper in the field, you look at Eric Jones, who recognizes how to pace himself, knowing that this is 150 laps. He just slowly, methodically started picking his way through the field.
Well, what I mentioned to Matt right away was, man, we're used to seeing these guys just kind of reserve their tires, keep it easy. They were not running easy out there in those first 53 laps. I mean, we remarked several times, man, they are pushing it to the limit. You could see Campbell keep trying to get around Hocevar. That's not something we always see this early in the race.
So my question is Hocevar simply playing with Brian Campbell and the rest of the field? Every time Brian got to the inside, you just saw Carson just leap away, take the lead back, give him the inside. Brian would get back in there. Hocevar would take off again, Matt, and pull away by a car length. Brian would battle back. Is Hocevar that good? Or is that just where the car is good right now on the outside of the racetrack, and he truly is going to have to fend off Brian and Andrew and other drivers as this thing plays out?
Well, we saw Carson do the same thing in this event last year. He run the second upper groove. He kind of did the same thing, and it worked for him. I mean, he won the race. So to answer your question is, I don't know if he's playing, but I think Carson is showing his hand in the sense he's good, and he's good in that particular spot. And I think based on what we saw with his first 1/3 and change of the race, I think based on what I'm seeing, he was the guy to beat. So we'll see what happens in part 2 and 3 here. But if he was playing with them, that's a lot of confidence. And as we see some replays here from the earlier Sportsman race on your screen,
well,
a lot can happen, though. This racetrack is going to change significantly here in part 2 and 3.
Well, we saw that number 12, Tim DeVos. He ran that outside line and made it look so easy. And the one thing I remarked is it's very hard when you've got a fast car that is able to use the outside line. We saw Brian keep trying it. The run that Hocevar was getting off of 2, that's where he was beating Campbell. Campbell will be able to make some ground up in 3 and 4, but as long as Hocevar keeps running that second, third groove up out of turn 2, he's going to be a hard guy to pass.
You know, the other thing that I found interesting is Brian Campbell is usually one to ride back, save equipment, save tires. He normally does not press early in a race. He, was he pressing? I don't know. Probably not 110%. But how good is Brian Campbell? I think that has something to play out before it's all said and done. So there's a lot to get to. 97 laps remain. And here's the thing. We've got great partners around the state. And one of those great partners is the Owasso Speedway. And we have their 2 jet blowers ready to hit the racetrack. Blake, I don't go too far. I want to get the latest weather from you. It appears that the head of the storm is gone. Now we're waiting for the residual rain, and Blake is shaking his head as we welcome in Rex Wheeler, owner and promoter of the Owasso Speedway. So it does look good. All we're doing now is waiting for this to move out, and then we've got jet blowers that will start to dry this racetrack, and we'll run 97 laps of racing presented by Baker Auto Group to its completion. I want to say hello to Dave Moody, Motor Racing Network. I know he is watching. He sent me a note, said I'm watching on Flow. Rex Wheeler, again, owner of Owasso Speedway. I said to the fans, I hope you heard it. Not only thank you, but I didn't call Rex Wheeler. Rex Wheeler called me and said, listen, I'm looking at the weather. You guys are going to really have to battle to get this thing in. I've got the jet blowers. They're sitting here. I've got guys ready to come your way. Rex, thank you very much. You called me and said, you know what, let's work together. We always work together, and those things are ready to go. Thank you very much.
Well, Jeff, as the Michigan racetrack, when we first bought the track, you were one of the first ones to reach out to me and let me know if we need something. Berlin's here to back. So we're stronger together, and I think around Michigan there's a lot of tracks working really good together, and Berlin and Owasso's 2 of those.
And we're going to talk a little bit about the Owasso Speedway and where they are and what's coming up. let's, we think of jet blowers when we think of Michigan International Speedway or Daytona or Talladega. They're not identical to that, but you said, you know what, we need something at our track. And so you went out and did some homework and said, this is what we need. When we get ready to put them out, and that should be coming sooner than later, what type of piece of equipment are we going to use to help dry this racetrack?
Well, Jeff, to your point, like you said, it's a good jet dryer for a short track. They're smaller than what you would see at a super speedway. They're not as wide. I mean, they blow 900-degree air out the chute, and they blow. You go out there on the race surface and stand about 20 foot away when they make a pass, and it's blowing some heat. And so I think what we got going for us today is a hot, humid day. The race surface is warm. We got some heat in. It's not April. It's not September. And we get those jet dryers out there, we're going to get this track back. And so, yeah, that's what they are. They're just a small version of what you would see at a super speedway. And the things are finicky. They're hard to keep running. So we have 2 out of the 3 here tonight. And hopefully they're going to go out and run strong and get this track dry.
All right, we got our fingers crossed for that, right, Matt?
Yeah, I was going to say, just looking at the weather, I think we're not on the back end yet, but this thing looks like it's going to move through quicker than we thought. I think, within the next hour or two, we're going to be back under green flag racing without question. Rex, thank you for bringing those as always.
Yeah.
And you mentioned the Owasso Speedway. What a history you guys have here, just like we have here at Berlin. You guys go back a long, long way. A lot of people don't know what Owasso used to be, kind of a crazy history. And now that you've taken the track, and now we're doing the sprint car series and the modified series and all of these shared racetracks, totally different configurations. We're about an hour and 15 minutes apart, depending on how fast you drive, right? Or 20 minute, hour and a half. But thanks. This has been a really neat kind of partnership, unofficial kind of partnership where we really help each other. And it's been really, really nice since you took over the track. So thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got a beautiful facility, invested millions of dollars, yes, millions of dollars into that racetrack. And when you talk, Matt, about working together, we have the Michigan Modified Series here back with us. Their final trip here. Kenny Wallace will be here on Saturday night, live on Flow. He'll be driving the same car that Ryan Newman drove out here. Mark Fleerman owns it. A sister car to Brian Bergaker for those that follow the Modifieds. And, of course, Rex is familiar with that. Rex had the Modifieds at your track. Most recently. This will be the 3rd of 5, the Michigan Modified Series. Owasso and Berlin Raceway in conjunction with one another, keeping the Modifieds alive.
Jeff, what I'm finding so far, 2 races out of 5 into this, is they're 2 different racetracks. So you got guys that are strong here at Berlin that know how to get around this racetrack, and some guys that are from the Birch Run, Auto City, Owasso area, they're not familiar with this racetrack. And from what I'm being told from the racers, this is more of a momentum track, and you got to know what you're doing, where Owasso really is putting the horsepower down, which kind of gets into your wallet to get that engine to be able to do that. So it's really a neat series, because to win the points thing, you can't just drop the ball at one of those 2 tracks.
No, you got to be good at both. And to Rex's point, those of you that are watching us live on Flow, 7/16, there is no straightaway. If you climb inside one of these race cars, you are always inputting to the left on the steering wheel. Momentum racetrack. Like you said, Rex, there are drivers that won't even use brakes here. They'll just lay the car over on its side, scrub speed, and then, come off the corner. Now, at your track, it's hard on the throttle, off turn number 4, down the front straightaway, back on the brakes, hard on the brakes, and then, like you said, big horsepower to come rocketing up off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway.
Absolutely. So 2 different racetracks. I just think makes it so neat, because you can't pick one racer that's good at one or the other. Whoever wins the championship is going to have to be involved in all 5 races, and you're going to run up there pretty decent up in the top 5, type 10 at both tracks to even think about getting anywhere with the points. So, Owasso is so grateful to work with Berlin on that series, as well as, our 2 tracks got chosen for 2 of the 4 of the million sprint car races. That's cool. So it's been a great relationship. And, Matt, you came over to Owasso Speedway Nationals 2023, our first season. Back then, I think we owned 37 acres. Now we own 210 acres
Yeah.
of property.
Yeah.
And I believe you called me, and you didn't know where you were going to park to get in the parking lot. Owasso Nationals is our latest race of the year. A lot of other tracks are closed. Therefore, we get a lot of guys that were running point series at other tracks say, hey, I got to go check out this Owasso, and my track's done for the season. So we pack them in there for Owasso Nationals. All of our local divisions run that. And, Matt, I do remember you coming and making your way to the booth, and we got some drone shots of that little 37 acres at that time just packed with cars. There was people parking in the ditch out front of the track to try to get in that facility.
Well, and that's right when you were doing that was your first year, right? And you had all of the 5-year plan or whatever, and now the way it looks now. And all of that stuff aside, that was a great race. That was a fantastic race, that Outlaw Late Model race. That I don't remember how many cars we had, 40 or 50 or some crazy number. Yeah. What an event that was. And then where you've come from there is just fantastic. So, I mean, we all succeed when this business succeeds, too. Really happy to see.
When are you putting in the casino? That's the only thing that,
right?
That I don't think is currently on your Phase 6 or Phase 7.
Yeah.
Is there a casino at some point or not yet?
No, there's not, but I probably need to win the lottery or something to speed it up. Because, Matt, it's funny how I told people about this 5-year plan, and you remember that.
Yep.
And we're in year 4, and I can tell you that facility will not be done in 5 years. So
okay.
I'm going to be 59 here in a couple weeks, and I don't know how old I'll be when it's done.
Okay.
But we're having fun.
Okay.
We're continuing to work on the facility. Just the ongoing maintenance of a racetrack, not even talking about everything you have to do to build it and upgrade it. It's a lot. So anymore, I don't even want to tell people, is it a 7-year plan?
Okay.
Is it a 10-year plan? I don't know, but we're having a ball in year 4 and working with other tracks around the state, including Berlin Raceway, is really what makes it a great. We got a great state for auto racing, a lot of good tracks, a lot of good ownership. And one thing I did not know as a race fan is how hard you have to work to run a racetrack and put on a show for the fans, keep the drivers in mind, and everything that's involved in it. Jeff, I know you've been in motorsports a long time. I've listened to you for decades on the radio at MRN. And so we're still learning at Owasso, but listening to you guys been doing it longer and willing to give us a hand really, truly has been a great experience for Owasso.
Well, and you talk about the race for the million, only 4 tracks in the country. Five Flag Speedway kicked it off 2 months ago, I guess it
April,
was.
yep.
Yeah. Then they made their stop at the Owasso Speedway. Cody Swanson dominated. And, of course, he is just such a great open-wheel driver. No matter where you are in the country, Bobby Santos was there. The next stop for Race for the Million will be here at Berlin Raceway. And I think that speaks volumes. You were talking about Michigan and what Michigan has to offer. Of all the tracks in the country, they go to 4, and 2 of them are here in the state of Michigan. Then they'll wrap everything up at the Colorado National Speedway. Looking at the radar, we're going to have Blake slip in here. If you want to either hang on, Rex Wheeler, owner and promoter over at the Owasso Speedway, and big thank you to you for bringing your equipment and your guys over here to help us get our program in. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Jeff. Thanks for having me.
Rex Wheeler.
Thank you, Rex. We'll see you out there later on this season. We're probably wrapped up. We'll probably pop over there in the fall.
All right, let's
Appreciate
see. Yes, it is still raining, but we're also looking at radar. We're on the back half of it. And meteorologist Blake Harms, also part of our Flow broadcast. Always great to have him a part of our team. You have been monitoring this from the beginning. Mm-hmm. What do you see? What are we looking at now before maybe this rain stops and we can get Rex's jet dryers out on the track?
Yeah, Jeff, positive trend is that the back end of this line is starting to break apart. So if we're able to zoom out on radar just a bit and put it back into motion, you can actually see that back edge. It's out over Lake Michigan, and you're starting to see less shades of yellow and dark green. That means this line, as it's moving on shore, is weakening, and the back edge is starting to fall apart. You can see that already. I'm starting to notice it, and I think that will accelerate. So we still have a little ways to go with the rain, but the heaviest rain's behind us. Still seeing a few flashes of lightning, rumbles of thunder, but I'm optimistic that it won't be too long before we can get the heavy rain out of here and then really lighten it up. And there's so much heat that was in this racetrack. that before this rain hit that I would think that's going to help the track drying process. So optimistic on what I'm seeing on radar.
Yeah, and Matt, I'm going to step on out. You guys maybe want to turn it back over for a minute. I'll leave that up to you. But, just a thank you to all of the fans that watch us live on Flow each and every time that we put them under the green flag. We've got, Battle at Berlin coming up on a Wednesday night. We got Super Modifieds here on a Friday night.
I was going to bring up one thing while you're sitting here. Kenny Wallace is coming here Saturday. I guess in 30 seconds, tell us about that deal. We already had Ryan Newman here. That race went green.
Yeah.
No brakes.
And it was crazy.
And yes, it was not at all expected. By the way, the weather Saturday, sunny and 82. Looks beautiful for Kenny Wallace racing on Saturday. Blake, thank you while you're sitting here as we're watching it rain. But let's talk about Kenny Wallace on Saturday. I'm trying to think the last time he was here in... So that's Saturday. So we'll be right here on FloRacing with the Michigan Modified Tour we were just talking about.
Well, if you want to make notes at home, the car that he will be in, again, is the same car that Ryan Newman drove when he was here last. It would have been the 37 car of Nick DeLompre in a limited late model, but Nick didn't own it. Sean Creech owned the car at that time, and he was rotating drivers through it. Kevin Ford drove the car.
Dave Lake we had, right?
Dave Lake drove the
driver
car.
du
Won
jour.
in it. Yeah. So we're going to see Kenny back here. Kenny just loves coming to Berlin, and he goes back a long way when it comes to Berlin, back in the ASA days. And, I mean, he loves the fans here. They'll turn out to see him race. Then darn well Kenny's going to be up here at the lounge as soon as it's done, and he'll have a beer with all the race fans. So it's really cool to have him here. But I'll tell you, things don't happen without help. I can make the phone call and say, Kenny, do you want to come up here and drive? And he goes, yeah, if you can get me a car. Well, then it's up to us to go, who's going to give Kenny a car? We call Mark Fleerman. He goes, I've got a car. I will make sure that car is pristine for Ryan Newman. I'll make sure it's pristine for Kenny Wallace. And so I'm looking forward to seeing him. He's a great guy, a longtime friend, and we'll see him up here on Saturday night. We know it's a stacked field, Matt.
Yeah.
If he's going to win here, he's going to have to beat Brian Bergaker.
We had 30 plus last time, a few weeks ago.
And good grief, because my head's about ready to explode. I'm trying to think of the driver that won the race here. Good grief, when the Modifieds were here last. It was a Mark Fleerman owned, the 96 car, a guy that runs down at the Kalamazoo Speedway.
Ricky LeDuc.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Ricky LeDuc.
And it was his first win. First time he basically raced here.
I know.
Yeah, kind of a
That
cool
was
story.
crazy. So anyway, Blake, thanks for the good news. Rain moving out of here. Track dryer's ready to go. We're still a ways away, but we've got 97 laps remaining in the Money in the Bank 150. And if those first 53 laps were any indication, it's going to be a good one.
Good stuff.
All right, man.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks.
We'll see you back out in a little bit. Jeff's going to kick back, relax, and then head back out and address the crowd as we get this one ready to get back underway. We'll send things back to the control room back here. We'll take another break and step away. Rain continues to come down. Good news is rain is trending slowly but surely out of here. As you can see, everybody's taking cover. So we'll take a break, extended break, and come back. Carson Hocevar leads, as you can see in the leaderboard. Brian Campbell, Chase Pincinel, Michael Atwell, Andrew Scheid, your top five. 53 down. 97 to go. You're watching Berlin on Flow. We'll stay under the weather delay. We'll come back in the next half hour or so and update you. But imagine we're probably within an hour and change before we get things rolling back on this racetrack. Thanks for hanging with us. Weather delay. You're watching Berlin on Flow.
The MyRacePass app is your motorsports headquarters on race night. With over 800 organizations across multiple forms of motorsports, you'll always have the information you need in the palm of your hand. Race day information with official entries, lineups, live timing and drag racing timing slips, official results, point standings, announcer audio, fantasy racing, and so much more. Don't be left in the dark on race night. Download the MyRacePass app today in Google Play and the App Store. MyRacePass, the ultimate racing resource.
Back at Berlin Raceway under weather delay for, well, Captain Obvious reasons. You see a little bright sunshine there. Blake Harms, our resident meteorologist here. We're getting a little bit of breakthrough, so I think we're getting very, very close to getting the jet dryers out and clean off this almost half-mile racetrack and get things back underway after kind of, we'll call it, I guess, the second of 3 segments. 53 laps in. Carson Hocevar leads. Brian Campbell, Chase Pincinel, Michael Atwell, Andrew Scheid, Ty Majeski, Max Reeves, Tristan McKee, Andrew Morrissey, and Eric Jones. Glad to have you along. We are under weather delay. We'll put up the track camera here in a minute in the booth. You can see, joined by a special guest. Bobby Labonte joins us. Thanks for joining us up here. We were just talking before we went, your 5th time at Berlin, 3rd time in kind of this role. Take us through, I guess, first your last couple days here. Take us through this last couple days here at Berlin and what your experience has been this time around.
Yeah, this is obviously a great racetrack. I was able to come here a few times and drive. SRX was the last time I was here a few years ago, and drove Johnny Benson's car and Randy Sweet's late model as well. And yeah, what a unique racetrack to come to, and loved it when we came back for SRX. The fans showed up. Amazing, you know,
that was a
to
great
see
night.
that. Great event, and yeah, love coming back here. I mean, obviously a lot of I know a lot of people that from this area grew up here. Now maybe in the Cup or O'Reilly or moved down south, but you know, the ties to the Michigan area, and you know, and you know, I think of like when I was racing late models back at Concord Speedway. You know, I look at you know, Brian Campbell's second. Well, his dad used to come down and race with us, right?
Fred.
So when Butch Miller would come down and Rich Bickle would come down, and these guys, I mean, this might not have been their home track, but this was their area that they would come race at, you know. So we would always look at guys that raced places like this. When they come down, they would just crush us because they were just so good. And so we learned a lot, you know, from them. And, you know, just like these guys tonight that race here. And, you know, you watch the racetrack and you watch the drivers here, and it's such a unique place compared to some places down south that you know, it takes a special talent to make a car go faster.
Well, we hear that, we harp on it a lot here, that this race, we were actually talking before we went on, what is the shape of this track? It's kind of a deformed egg shape, right, for lack of a better term. You've raced obviously so many places, and you've just mentioned racing in North Carolina and having the guys from here kind of come down there and invade. In your words, because of your accolades, how would you describe this place? Because we harp on it, but it's no one can ever seem to really get a grip on what it is. Everybody seems to love it, mostly.
Right, yeah.
But then at the same time, it's like we can't get a handle on it. It's kind of a love-hate thing, kind of like golf a little bit, right? You're great. And then, so what's your impression of this place? It's obviously changed a little bit over the years, but more or less it's been this configuration for decades now. If you had to put it into words, how would you describe Berlin Raceway to someone who's never been here?
Well, it's a challenge, I mean, and all racetracks have characteristic of something that, a bump here or a tight corner here or something like that. But when you come here, it's a little bit different than that. But I also, I think, I'm not racing like I used to and not as young as I used to be. When you come to a place, I mean, to me, it's like, man, if it's a challenge, I want to go race there. I want to go somewhere and race against these guys and race against on that track, because that's like, what I would say, this is the tougher track, one of the tougher tracks out here. And so I think when you can, and then, if you come here and you have confidence in it, and you go out and go fast and run good or win the race, and, what a feather in your cap. Other people are going to go, man, that guy, he come here and run good, And so that's the way I look at it. I look at this as a racetrack that, is a challenge for, somebody that doesn't run here on a weekly basis, especially, that comes in one time a year or maybe twice a year and tries to race against those guys. And it's a challenge. I mean, it's tough, and, but that's what makes you better.
That was always, Blake, that was always one of the challenges here. We'd had we had a hard time getting people to come here because the impression was it's too hard, right?
See there? Yeah.
So now to have a 30-car field for this particular 150, and you guys are here, Blake, I'll send it to you. That's a kind of a testament to maybe taking on this challenge. And every year we seem to get a few new names in here, and you guys are back in this 150. But Blake, this field is as good as anything. 150 template super late model cars for a 150 lap race. It's a good stuff.
Yeah, we were impressed by Max Reeves' staying power in the front here at the beginning of the race. Your role, kind of an advisor, mentor for Max. What does that role look like, and how has it been working with him?
Well, it's been great. Obviously, Max and his little brother Rue. I mean, we all grew up in the same neighborhood together with his parents, and before I moved out, but we spent a lot of time there together and introduced him to my dad, which had a quarter midget in his shop, and one thing led to another and led to another, and I have a quarter midget track in Salisbury, and that led to them going here and seeing my dad and da-da-da. And so, yeah, I mean, for me, and I don't, I let Hunter, I let Buggy, and when we don't run other late models, we have, sellers that'll, talk to Max about the race car a lot more, because they know the race car, they know the car. I mean, but I think, I look at it from a 10,000 foot view. I mean, because there's more to it than just, some wedge, some camber, some shock, some this, some that. But it's also looking at it like, hey, what can it be? How can you be better today? What do you need in the car to be better? I might not say drive in 5 feet further or, be up here 5 feet higher in 1 and 2, miss the bump off of 2, blah, blah, blah. But, it's more like, just make sure that, as far as the whole thing and getting a good group of people together that do a great job at helping him. But, also I can look at it from a different view and say, let's make sure that we're hitting everything right today, and sometimes we do. I do good. Some days I don't do good. But it's more. And I look at it too. It's like, it's not like if we win today or don't win today, you're going to go home tonight and you're going to wish you could have done better or something. And so sometimes we have races that we didn't run good, and you know what? Hey, it's not the end of the not the end. Let's get better next time. It's all we can do, and we're going to lose a lot more than you win. I mean, you do this long enough, and you'll have that. So. Yeah, it's just trying to keep everything in balance, and some of it with Max, and he's a great kid. It's just he's young and learning, and just trying to make sure. I always feel like what I say is I made a lot of mistakes. My goal is to help him not make as many mistakes as I made. So I mean that's part of it too. I think.
To compare this a little bit to your career. We'll just go back to the NASCAR days, right? When that's kind of the pinnacle of where maybe some of these guys want to end up. Do you find yourself enjoying this more? Is there less pressure? I mean, Carson Hocevar is kind of the talk of the town at the moment here, currently in the first position, making headlines every week in motorsports, for better or for worse, up or down. I guess compare that. Do you find yourself enjoying this role more, or do you kind of miss the big time being on the national TV network and the big dollar sponsors and 80,000 people in the stands?
Well, I loved it when I don't think I knew any better, but when we would go to Charlotte or Atlanta or whatever, had full of grants, full of people, and you had big time sponsors on your race car, and you had a lot more than just driving. You couldn't just drive the car and that was it. I mean, there was a lot more, and when you got 25 people at the racetrack and 100 people back at the shop, I mean, it's a big deal, right, to keep all that going. And so I do miss that, because that was like, the tiger trying to chase you, and I love that adrenaline, to try to be better, not just on the racetrack, but everything else that goes with that. And I'll never forget, a funny story was that we were at the Brickyard for the first, I think it was the first race there when they had it. I think it was 94. And I qualified like, I don't know, third, fourth, or fifth. And Bill Elliott, we went riding around in the pace car before the race started. And so we're round in turns 3 and 4, and all the grandstands there, right, and all the people. And that day there was probably 250,000 plus people there, right? And Bill goes, I ain't never seen nothing like this before. And I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure I haven't either.
Okay.
Wow. So I look at Bill Elliott, I'm like thinking, what? He hadn't seen all this, right? And so for me as a young guy, I was like, I don't know what I'm witnessing here, because it's more than what I could, kind of comprehend at the time, because he'd obviously done a lot more. But that part of the racing, to see the fans, to work with the team, to try to win, to, do the best you can, and, win championships or whatever it is. I mean, I love doing that. I mean, this is a lot of fun, but that was always a lot of adrenaline. And I'll go back to Max for a minute. It's fun to watch him, because I do get to see, some of myself in him probably as a young driver. And it's like, gosh, my brother helped me, of course, and my dad was there for me. But at the same time, I mean, it's like, can I make a difference? Can I help change a thought, make him think on his own, things like that. I don't need to tell him what spring to put in the car, because I don't know. But I can help him, hopefully understand more about what it takes to be, a fully developed race car driver for the rest of his life.
With NASCAR, from when you came through it in the short tracks, working your way up, obviously you mentioned your brother, who's synonymous with the sport too, and you mentioned Bill Elliott, all these names from back then. Do you think that obviously the sport has shifted, especially with NASCAR? We've seen between management and rules and tracks coming and going, and money and sponsors and owners coming and going. We've had 50-car fields and 30-car fields. You've seen all that. Do you feel like the short track future is kind of where it's at in terms of places like this, or do you feel like NASCAR is kind of having another renaissance? Because when you got it, you think of the names, the Richard Pettys and Dale Earnhardt and Harry Gants and Bill Elliott's and on. Jeff Gordon's, we can go, the list is a mile long. Now we're kind of shifting into a much younger generation, right? Everybody seems to be a lot on the younger side. We see Max here today, and even Carson Hocevar, who started here when his first race here was 13 years old. That was less than 10 years ago. Where do you kind of see the sport going in terms of short track racing and on the national levels? You've kind of now seen both sides of it.
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's a hard one to answer, because it's not a moving object, but I think we all have our own opinions of what we'd like to see and more of and stuff like that. But I feel like how the pulse of it is when you come to a racetrack, and with Max we do go a lot, and we try to come up here some, to run some ASA races, because I think racecraft is what he is going to need for a long time. I mean, you gain that, and so we try to get that. So when I do come to racetracks and I see that the short track level is really strong in some places, but it's like everybody just always it comes down to the dollar, and comes down to not having other things to do, but I do feel like I remember racing Caraway, and there was only 12 cars. We're like a lot of cars there. I mean, it's not like that. So, but it does ebb and flow. But I think it's always everybody's under a microscope, especially promoters, directors, and stuff like that, to do the right thing, because everybody knows so much more about what we're doing today than what we used to do. So, I do love the grassroots racing. Like I said earlier, I have a quarter midget track that a lot of guys raced at when they're younger, and now they're running the Cup Series, and people still race there. And so I think that's important. I think this is important. I do hope that the grassroots continues to grow, and I know. People like Tony Stewart, a lot of people have had, Kevin Harvick have had input into helping grow that, and I think that it's still going to be the mainstay of the Cup racing. So to switch gears to the Cup level, a lot of these guys, Carson Hocevar, where'd he come from, right? So he's at the Cup level, highest level, talked about every week, but he came from right here not too long ago. So grassroots is still strong, and then when you get to the Cup level, other than Denny Hamlin, what's the average age, right? And so they're all pretty young. And I still, I look at it like people like, man, I don't know who to pull for anymore. I was like, well, find somebody like you found me or found somebody else, stick with them. And I said, you're going to grow with them like that people grew with me. And Carson Hocevar is going to be different 10 years than he was, and it will be now, or than he is today, right? And Eric Jones is going to continue to grow. I think that, I think the sport's in great shape. It's just that everybody's more younger now than, back when I was in it. I was kind of a young guy. I was 29 when I started. That's pretty young. Well, no, it wasn't. But it was then.
Yeah, right.
It was then.
Yeah, very
but
much
it's not.
so.
And I remember Ernie Irvin telling me, he said, I hate you. I said, why do you hate me? He said, because you're going to take my ride one day. And I was like, well, I might. I don't know. But there was more of a, younger and older. Today is not quite like that. But I think that's good. It's just that, it's probably through a lot of people are younger now and they don't have the favorite guys like Harry Gant like used to be there and stuff like that.
Well, I was going to say the one thing, Blake, the one thing that just comes to my mind. You mentioned the age thing, and what do you think the reason for that is? I think of the names like Dick Trickle raced here, right? When did Dick Trickle start Cup? In his mid-40s?
Yeah, right.
I'm trying to think who, obviously Harry Gant. I'm trying to think of some other guys that might have started later, but you just don't see that. It's almost unheard of now. And do you think that's a result of a particular reason? You mentioned 29. That's almost a bit over the hill to be starting in NASCAR now, right? In some ways.
How old is Carson Hocevar? I don't even know.
23.
Okay. So, and you said he's raced here for how long?
He won his first race here when he was just about turned 14 years old.
Okay, when I was 14, dude, if I had a mini bike and a BMX bike, I was
Same.
great, right?
Right, exactly.
Same.
Same.
So the whole thing has shifted, and so, of course, back in the day, you had to be 16 to race.
Right.
Probably 18, maybe, I don't know. So, it's that age has gone down. Everybody's better, so that, here's Carson Hocevar. He's already raced 10 years. He's still young, so, it just happens that way with people are going to go to Orange County. Tristan McKee, he's 15. Yeah. Max is 16. Yeah. But they've been racing for years, right? So, again, back in the day, we just all we couldn't do it at a young age. Where now they're all young, so, it's not math, but it's just like, here's the new normal, where it used to be 30. Now it's 15. So
for better or for worse,
right? And it's like, trust me, I'm like, but they're mature. The maturity level.
Oh,
is
the
more.
talent! The talent is astounding,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
That's what gets me. Tyler Lupton now here is 14, 15 years old. He's raced here. Won 2 races last year. First year, 14, won 2 races here. Yeah. Against guys that have been racing here decades.
Sure. Yeah. Right. So there's there is a difference. I think when Butch Miller used to come to Concord, I was probably 20, 2 or 3. He wasn't. I don't know how old Butch is now. I still talk to him some, but he'd come down there and
he still watches us here. He still watches this track. He's from right 10 miles down the road here.
Right. Yeah. I'm sure. Well, I don't know where Hank's at. His son.
There last night. I think Butch is in North Carolina.
Probably,
and
yeah.
Hank might be there. That's a good question. Every once in a while, they'll check in. He's on a Hall of Fame wall under the stairs here too, by the way.
So, but to my point, when they would come down, we were younger and they would, outrun us. So, I think that it just things are different now, and things are different, and all over the country, there's younger people racing, I think, and starting off racing, I should say, and then they go from there, whether they stick with it or not. But they start off younger.
So, Bobby, we've had an interesting perspective getting to watch the rise of Carson Hocevar over the last few years. And I tell you what, being at MIS on Sunday, the amount of Carson Hocevar shirts, people are clearly falling in love with him. Curious, your perspective. Of course, there's some people who are angry with some of the things he does, the way he races. But at the same time, NASCAR needs people like that. So how do you kind of work that balance if you're Carson Hocevar?
Well, you got to there's definitely a balance. And I'm not, I know that when I started off racing, it was like, hey, we want you to be a rival with Jeff Gordon. I was like, yeah, that's hard for both of us because we were not that way, And so obviously, there is a place for, I just say this, everybody's got their own personality, right? And I think that if you watch old videos like I do and things like that, and you see everybody's changed, their voice has changed, the way they talk has changed, and all that stuff. And I think that's not going to be different. Carson Hocevar today will be different in 10 years, chances are. And if he does something that some people don't like, they're going to handle it, take care of it. and there's going to be fans, and I think it's great that you have so many fans that gravitate to somebody, no matter who it was, whether it was, me or Davey Allison or my brother or Jeff Gordon or, Dale Jarrett and Mark Martin. And so, I think that, for him, I think that, at the end of the day, that's a great thing. But at the same time, I think that racing, and it's a big sport. You got a big team, and you got to take care of everything. You got to be a part of everything to make sure that what you do, what you say, and all this stuff, which is different today than it used to be, is make sure that it's right for the team and yourself to make everything go right. At the end of the day, you want to win championships, right? Yeah. And you don't want to be here for a short period of time. I don't think anyway. I've kind of thought, I had the thought process to be here for a long time and not a short time. And if you do something wrong or do too much stuff, then if you get, like people don't turn on you or whatever, then you might be here for a short time.
Well, we've seen characters. We'll pick a few names from the past. You could go to David Pearson or Richard Petty or Dale Earnhardt or Jeff Gordon. At some point, they agitated the system a bit, right? Mm-hmm. But it put the people in the seats, right? It sold the tickets, it sold the merchandise, it sold the whatever. And so I'm looking at people like Carson Hocevar, and there are certainly others. It's kind of a love it or hate it. It's entertainment, and people are digging it.
Yep. And again, I think it's great. When you see T-shirts and you see, I watched the race on TV Sunday, and I didn't go, and I'll be at Pocono. But I mean, when you see the fans go after Carson, but for his driving talent, he's a fun guy for people to interview, talk to, or whatever. And I mean, that's great. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, that's great. And to have, I mean, and NASCAR needs that. I mean, when you look back, 25 years ago, the characters that were in it, they were older, but they were characters. They all had some type of. Sterling Marlin he was this. Ernie was this. Mark was, whatever. I mean, it was higher.
When I was a kid, it was Jeff Bodine screaming at Dale Earnhardt. That's the one I remember. Those two guys could oil and water, right?
It's all good, and that's all. But we all had characters. We were just older than these guys are today. And Carson has a great future in front of him. And if nobody's asking me, but it's like, just make sure you take care of your future. But don't wear it out. You know what I mean?
It's a fine balance, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, you don't want to come in here and go, yeah, and then be done. And I mean, that won't happen. But it's just that he's got to make sure that he takes care of all that and be who he is. Because I think if he were to be different, if he had to change, because it's like, well, I got to change. Well, that's no fun. He needs to be who he is, just like everybody needs to be who they are. It's just that at the end of the day, you just got to take care of. You just make sure you take care of everything on your, I think of your race team, and your people and stuff like that.
Bobby Labonte's with us if you're just tuning in. Bobby, thank you for your time today, by the way, for coming up here. It's kind of a nice surprise. We didn't want this rain delay. We've been kind of watching it all day, but we had a kind of game plan of what we were going to do, but we're glad you joined us. Last couple minutes here, I know you got to eventually get back down here once you get the track dried off. Take us through your career a little bit. NASCAR Hall of Famer, right? We watched your brother, kind of precede you a little bit. He was one of my dad's favorites. He always liked him. And you later, of course. And then when Johnny Benson, of course, went to NASCAR ranks, he was kind of our hometown hero because he cut his teeth here, and his dad was raced here for decades, And so we followed. Take us a little bit through your career arc and maybe a couple highlights. And now that we're seeing you doing this, which is a really neat role, but we watched you kind of get the good and the bad through NASCAR. Take us through a couple highlights and things that kind of stand out to you as now you're doing this that you can share with the fans that, or maybe a little fun little inside story, your favorite guy to race against, or the guy who saved your butt, or the guy who you wished wasn't there.
Yeah.
Got a couple of those for us.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've probably got too many for our show. Track might be dry, but
I'm sure. Well,
at least when I came up here, the sun come out.
So yes, that's right. Perfect. We'll take it.
I think I go back to when I first started racing. At Caraway Speedway, it was Dennis Setzer and I, and
sure.
We all know Dennis Setzer, and so anyway, so we raced nose to tail for the whole season at Caraway, and I won the championship, beat him. We tied in points, but I had more wins. They tore us down. Our lifters were this, and they didn't like it. NASCAR said it was okay, yada, 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 and it was funny because those guys, his team, Tom Hoke, my dad, we were all like, everybody thought we hated each other, but we didn't. We all liked each other, I mean, we weren't that type of people, right? We're not that type of people. And so we went through the whole year, raced, and never touched each other, and just hard racing, right? So we leave after the last race at Caraway Speedway and ask Hoke, everybody's talking after the season's over, and what are you going to do next weekend? My dad's like, we're going to go fishing. What are you going to do? Oh, we're going to do this. So the next weekend we show up at Orange County Speedway in North Carolina. Both of us showed up, and we're like, well, you lied to us. Yeah.
Yeah,
well, so did you.
So
So you lied to us,
Well,
too. So we go up there, and we were in like 22nd and 23rd in late model stock race, and it was like, dude, that was awful, right? but it was funny. But now, when I go with Max to all these races around North Carolina, I run into Dennis Setzer all the time.
Oh, that's
so
funny.
he's still there. You know what I mean? So we sit there and we'll just sit there and chat about people that we know and talk about, a couple people that, kind of health-wise and this and that. And so, that's kind of a funny story to me. But
yeah,
but when you think about it, it's about the people, I mean, like I said, there's more people than that. But obviously Dennis is one of the first ones and super nice guy. But then, kind of like a weird thing would be like, I was racing at Caraway, got a sponsor, went to the run super late models for a while, went to Concord and raced, Greenville Pickens raced, the all-pro race one time, had a Busch car, ran a few Busch races with it, like, okay, cool, good. And then we're going in the second year, and I went to the racetrack and went to the Goodyear truck and to get my tires, and the Goodyear guy says, you didn't pay your bill from last race. I was like, what do you mean I didn't pay my bill? Well, I don't pay the bills. This guy pays the bills. He's a sponsor, right? He pays the bills. He didn't pay the bill. So we go somewhere else, go to get something else, and like, you didn't pay the bills. Motor guy, Jim Rogels. It was like, so what's happened? So the guy embezzled money, okay? He embezzled millions of dollars, and he sponsored my whole program. And ended up, he had to go to court. I had to go testify, and we owed money, and that was the end of '89. I thought pretty much my career's over. I got a sponsor that winter, and went racing next year full time in the Busch Series, and that recharged my career. But it was that close to being done.
Wow.
But that's one.
Yeah.
And then in the higher leagues, there's been more. But that was like the first one. I was like, I ain't even got started, and I ran a few Busch races. I thought, well, I got something going on here, and the next thing you know, the sponsor went away. I owed money, and like, what are we going to do? We don't have anything. I mean, we're done. And we just happened to get Good Mark Foods as a sponsor, got a check for $50,000, and went to Daytona. Well, got more checks, but for $50,000 was our deposit, and bought cars and hired people and rode in the truck, and I mean, did everything to go racing, right? So it wasn't like, oh, you didn't have to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, some people don't know that story. Some people do, but it's like, that was not a moment of like, that wasn't, like, everything wasn't just great. I mean, it wasn't just going to be like great. You went to bed at night going, I'm not sure this is going to work out, right? This racing thing's going to do it.
Did somebody give you your big break? Was there a team, your brother, somebody else in the because you mentioned, this sport, I mean, everybody pretty much knows it's not cheap. This is very few people can make a living at this and get rich at it. The really good guys can, and those are the exceptions. But did somebody kind of give you a break to kind of really get you that? You mentioned the Busch Series sponsor is a big deal. Did somebody kind of get you this was like, man, this is the thing I needed?
Well, I'll go back a little bit. Right before that, or a little bit before that, I was working on my brother's Winston Cup car at the time. And so we'd won the championship in '84, '85.
What team would that have been for?
Billy Hagan.
Okay, yeah, that team.
So Terry went to drive for Junior Johnson. I'll make this quick. But Junior went to drive for Junior Johnson. So he told us what he's going to do. We worked at the shop, my dad and I did. So when Terry said, hey, I'm going to drive for Junior Johnson, they came in the next day and they fired my dad. And I had made it like past lunch. And I'm like, I might make the cut, right? I mean, they got rid of him.
Yeah, right. Yeah, wow.
Well, they came to me and they're like, no, what are you doing next year? I'm like, oh, crap. So I'm fired, right? So I went like, well, I have a job. Now I don't have a job. I'm not really racing a lot, but I'd rather race, but I had too much fun having a job. So then I went down to Billy Stavola's to find a job, work at their shop on a race car just every weekend or every day, right? And they wouldn't hire me because I was Terry's brother. And I was like, well, this just stinks, you know what I mean?
Oh, because he's the competition, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
So fast forward, like about 4 years later, Billy Stavola, they tried to hire me to drive their Cup car. And I was like,
Goes
well,
full
that's kind of
circle.
weird. You wouldn't hire me for that. But my brother was my agent, so he told me not to do that. But back to the biggest break was Bill Davis. So Bill Davis gave me my biggest break. For sure, got me when Jeff Gordon quit. So I think of little things like that. When I got fired, that helped this. when I didn't have money, when I lost all the money from the guy that embezzled all the money, that kind of led to that. When Jeff Gordon didn't drive for Bill, went to drive for Rick, Bill hired me. That was the biggest break I ever had.
What was the sponsorship deal? Was that the 22 car? I'm trying to remember what that was.
Maxwell House.
Maxwell House. Yeah. So that was that kind of your first swing at the big time? Like this is like the big deal. Oh, then again, working with Terry though. I mean, those are junior John. Those guys are like the pinnacle,
oh, sure,
right?
Sure. Yeah, and I had built my own Cup car, and I ran Michigan and Dover with it. Carl Wagner built the motors for me, and I mean, I couldn't do it. I was going to run 5 races. I run 2, and I'm like, man, it's too hard, you know. So then the next year, Bill hired me to drive for his team that he started. So
the rest of the afternoon here, evening. Now that we've kind of gotten the second half of this race to kind of bring it back to Berlin, what advice are you going to be dishing out for the second and third, third parts of this race? Now that we've washed the racetrack off, the sun's going to come out. You've obviously raced here a handful of times. What's going to be the discussion down in the 18 pits?
Yeah, I think it's going to help our right front tire. It's definitely a little bit on the edge of it being a little bit too hot on the inside. So the cooler track will help that some. Track conditions should change some. It's going to change for everybody. So we'll probably try to adjust air pressure before we go out, or Buggy will. I won't do it. And
okay.
Then, that's not my deal.
Yep.
And so, but I think like I told Max early on, and I just hope we stick with it, is the fact that we're going to come back here next Saturday night and race, and we want to we finished second here last year in that race, the ARCA race, and we want to come back for Joe Gibbs Racing for that, for those guys and try to win. And if we get if we get this place where we can end up the night with a good finish, I think that Max will have confidence coming back here too, and not that he doesn't have it, but I think it'll just it'll be nice to have a good race under him here to do this. So still got a lot of race to go, and we still got 2 tires to put on, which you've got to figure. I don't know now that the track's cooled off what some guys might.
Yeah, that's going to be the big
change a little bit, to do that early or not, because the right front was a little bit of issue. So anyway, I don't know. We're in a spot where, like I said earlier, we can just follow the leaders. Whatever they do, we'll do. Because it's possibly they might all pit. You don't want to be the one staying out. You're in a position where it's like, hey, we're not very smart. Let's just follow what these guys do, because they obviously know what they're doing.
Okay, follow the smart guys.
Yeah, right.
Well, we kept remarking up here, the pace was so fast in those first 53 laps. It was pretty much pedal to the metal that whole time, so we were wondering what it would do to those tires.
It seemed a little intense to us up here.
Great race, though. I mean, there's 2 by 2 by 2 by, single file, but it was close, and a lot of guys were catching up a little bit to the front runners. They were fast, but then some guys were catching up a little bit. So yeah, I mean, it was it was pretty quick. And again, just I didn't as hot as it was, and if you had to run the whole race, could some guys go halfway, get 2 tires on it if you got the right brake, or would they have to try to milk it to 100 or whatever that next 50 would be after if it went back to green now, I mean, so yeah, I mean, what is that going to be? And yeah, I mean, so its strategy, is going to probably come into a little bit of a play of it if the cautions don't fall just right for some people, or we don't follow the leaders come in. I mean, if we do that, we'll be fine. We'll just follow them and we'll be fine.
follow the guys who seemingly know what they're doing. At least it looks like, right?
Surely they know what they're doing.
Bobby the Body's been with us. Last question, and I have to ask it just because you're sitting here. What are the chances we're going to see you back in a race car here or sometime in the near future? Is that on the radar? Or you're kind of just because I have to ask because you're sitting here.
Yeah, no, I've got a modified run race scheduled for July 4th, a Smart Tour at Caraway, and then Carteret County, which is in Southport, North Carolina, close to Beaufort, and then Morehead City. So the little track there I love. I won there a few years ago, and then I'm actually going to do, well, no, I can't say that. I'm going to run somewhere, but I can't say that just yet.
Okay.
And then, but we'll go test next week, and then we tested a late model for another group that Max races for last week to get our data car a little bit more advanced, and so I drove it a little bit. Yeah, so I still get to go do something.
Yeah, a little fun occasion.
Yep,
okay, just making sure. Well, open invitation if we can find your ride. It might be in the jet dryer truck, but we'll get you into something here.
Maybe
if
I
you want.
Figure out how to get around here if it's a jet dryer truck.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. We'd love to have you back, but it's an honor and pleasure. Thanks for coming up and spending a little time with us and sharing your insights. It's good stuff, and we're glad you're part of it. And looks like you guys are setting up for potentially a pretty good afternoon.
I hope so. I hope we just have a good solid finish to this thing and go from there. What a great racetrack and great race, and Jeff Striegel does a great job. Known him for years, and just to get to just to watch it. And again, I love the fans here because I've been here for the SRX was probably the best thing for fan engagement for us. And that was fun to be able to be a part of it. So what a great racetrack. So hopefully get the rest of it in.
Hey, Bobby. Thank you so much. Bobby Labonte joins us. We'll take a break and come back. We'll update you on the weather. Look, the sun's popping out.
Yeah.
We'll kind of give you a countdown here to when we're getting back to green. 97 laps to go. Carson Hocevar, Brian Campbell, Chase Pincinel, Michael Atwell, Andrew Scheid, Ty Majeski, Max Reeves, Tristan McKee, Andrew Morrissey, Eric Jones, your fast qualifier. Sits 10th. We got a long way to go. 97 the books. You've been watching Berlin Raceway and Flo. We'll be back with an update in 2.
The My Race Pass app is your motorsports headquarters on race night. With over 800 organizations across multiple forms of motorsports, you'll always have the information you need in the palm of your hand. Race day information with official entries, lineups, live timing and drag racing timing slips, official results, point standings, announcer audio, fantasy racing, and so much more. Don't be left in the dark on race night. Download the My Race Pass app today in Google Play and the App Store. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
And you're back at Berlin Raceway. Glad to have you along. Matt McKenzie, Blake Harms, and the track drying efforts well underway and making very good progress as well. You can hear the jet dryers in the background, courtesy of Owasso Speedway. They sent them over to us, and the track is beginning to gray up, and gray means, Blake, that means dry. We might have a little bit of a sunset here. I don't think we're going to have blistering sun, but we're going to have a little bit of a sun here and a little bit of a breeze to dry things off. So I think we're looking in pretty good shape.
Radar's cleared up very quickly. We had to take our equipment down, so we couldn't hear from pit road. We've been texting back and forth, but they took shelter during the storm. Now back out on pit road, and
yeah, you guys don't even look wet.
No, you heated the forecast. That's what we love to hear. Sounds like there's quite a bit of action down on pit road. What's going on down there?
Yeah, we took shelter a little bit, Nate Dreyer, Rick James. We took shelter a little bit, but also a little bit of opportunity to go around and kind of talk about some of the things that are going on. So we, of course, do have the track drying that you can see going on behind us in that situation. We got a lot of rain. We definitely had the downpour move through. The other big talking point that we started to see come to the forefront at the end of that first run. Austin Hull had issues. There were a few guys, including Scott Thomas, that hit issues down on my end of pit road, was some tire failures that were beginning to already happen. We've mentioned it's a new tire compound this year at Berlin, and Well, due to that, there was a drivers' meeting that was held at one point in time. There's quite a bit of discussion about what's going to happen, as there already were some failures taking place in that first run of the race. A drivers' meeting did take place. Ultimately, the initial decision was that they're going to leave things as are. There were a couple different possible decisions and possible different ways they could have gone in terms of extra tires and so forth that was going to be granted. Ultimately, we're going to run the race continuing as it was. There's been a lot of other continuing discussion. We'll kind of take you through what the current issues are and what exactly the situation is, hearing from some of the drivers that have either had issues or maybe in some cases there are guys that are feeling much more confident about where they're at based on their balance and their setup. So Rick James, it's been an eventful time down here for us, but quite the story. You were around that meeting as well with the drivers, and regardless, though, looks like we're getting the track drive and we're going to get back out, and it should be a continuation of the 6-tire race that we were expecting to see.
100%. It's going to be a tale of two races very much as well, before and after the rain. Some drivers were voting, from what I heard, some drivers were voting for, should we do scuffs? Some drivers were voting for, should we put new ones on there? A lot of the rumors, a lot of the happenings in that meeting could be affecting the outcome of this race as well. I'm interested to see what cars evolve towards the front as the race goes on.
Yeah, there's certainly going to be a lot we're going to talk about. We still got a long ways to go, and now green racetrack, cold, more gripped up racetrack, so big time difference in terms of the handling characteristics and what some of the tire wear things may be as well. So we'll keep you updated as we get the track dry and we get ready to finish up the Money in the Bank here at Berlin. But that is the story right now from pit side, is some kind of early heavy tire wear that teams are dealing with, but we're going to, right now the plan is to stay the course, and guys are going to be able to deal with it and get us to the finish of the 150. We are going to finish the race tonight as well. That's the other part of things. We're getting the track dry, and we're pretty much done now. We are going to finish the race. Guys?
Thank you. 150 is going to happen, Blake, so a lot of speculation about that, but we are going to get 150 laps and track dry and continue to see a little bright sunshine. We're estimating the next 20 minutes or so, probably, and
Yeah,
some
probably.
in that range. We'll be back where we can go full speed ahead out here at Berlin.
So Rick mentioned it really is a tale of two races. Before this rain came, it was 90 degrees. We're now down to 70 with a washed-out track. I mean, that's a very different set of circumstances.
And everybody in the grandstands is like, thank you.
Yeah, well, look at how many people stayed.
Yeah.
I mean, this parking lot is still full. Anytime you see cars over on that side off 1 and 2, that means a lot is full. And, of course, as they mentioned, too, one of the big stories, it sounds like, among the drivers is the tire situation and what's going to happen here over these final 97 laps.
Yeah, and the clean, gripped-up racetrack is just going to add to the stew of what's getting mixed up for this final 97 laps. I mean, we saw Carson Hocevar and Brian Campbell, theoretically, I guess, racing as hard as they could, or at least it appeared to be. Heavy racing side by side. Don't see that early on. It's getting very interesting to see as we get to the next couple phases of this race. Still another competition yellow to go, and still a lot more events to go, laps to click off as well, and a lot of unknowns to be answered. We'll go back down to pit road now. One of the guys that came in early, we'll show you a picture of his tire here in just a minute as Nate Dreyer catches up with Scott Thomas. What exactly the situation is down there, and that's unfolded with the tire situation here for the 150. Let's go down to Nate.
That's right. So Scott Thomas is one of those guys that did come in during that first run with the tire issue. Was on your right front. We have an image of it as well that you can see some of the issue. Take us through what you felt, what the issue you and your team had on your right front tire during that first run.
Well, I think there's quite a few guys in our boat, unfortunately. We had a driver's meeting here about a half hour ago. Ricky Brooks wanted to talk to everybody. The issue actually is a little bit bigger than what it appears to you guys right now. There was multiple guys that started speaking up in the driver's meeting saying, I didn't pit yet, but we got a problem. So it's kind of actually fortuitous that the caution came out when it did. It gives everybody a time to assess, kind of think about what's going on. Mike Bursley and Ricky Brooks certainly want to have a good show, right? It's hard to say exactly what the problem is, other than we can see the obvious answer that between the tread itself and the sidewall of the tire, there's a separation. If you could actually draw in a little bit closer to that, you'll notice that the tire itself really isn't wore out at all. It's just a plain separation. So now there's a lot of speculation really on what is the problem. Just based on racing experience in the past, we've had some times where if you do what they call short cure a tire, the tire just needs time for the chemicals to cure out of it. as part of the vulcanization process. Though if you don't cure them right, that can be a problem. Then we did have a scuff session today as kind of preventative measure, trying to prevent things like this. But again, we're just guessing. Another thing really is where the sidewall meets the tread is a highly, highly susceptible trouble area for a tire. If there maybe is too much rubber there, you're going to build a lot of heat. The tire actually has to dissipate heat in order to work as well. So there's maybe a little bit speculation there too, is that build a little too thick? Is there too much rubber there, not dissipating enough heat? So right now we're just kind of guessing, but now we got to deal with it, right? So there was a driver in the driver's meeting. They asked everybody, what do you guys want to do with the known issue? Do we want to finish the race as is? Do we want to have some sort of abbreviated finish? What do you want to do? There's probably just a little bit less than half of the guys said, I love my car. I don't have a problem. Let's do it as is. And plus it was the advertised, that's the way we're going to do it. A little more than half of the field says, hold it right there. We want to, pause a minute. So they certainly have a lot of thinking to do. I understand both sides. If I'm Eric Jones, I'm like, hell yeah, let's keep it going. So hopefully we come to a good decision and we can have a good finish at the end of the day.
All right, thank you, Scott.
You're welcome.
Guys.
Very well thought out answer by Scott Thomas there. So, yep, the situation here, you just heard it from him. You heard everything described, what they're dealing with. So that just adds to what we were just talking about. The second part of this race is going to be interesting, and now the sun is blinding. So put that on top of everything else. Track drying is going exceptionally well, by the way. It's not going to be long. We'll be back underway.
There's so many elements at play. Of course, you had the tires run that hot, slick racetrack. Now they've had a whole cycle to cool back down. What's going to happen when they restart? You have that component. We talked about it in the pre-race. These tires have not gone 150 laps on this track yet. This is a new tire they brought. We were curious how that was going to unfold. So a lot of unknowns and just a lot of things kind of coming together in almost a perfect storm sort of way. Interesting to hear Scott mention the split among the drivers' thoughts, and that tells me there were some drivers who were solely focused in those first 53 laps on conserving the tires versus those who are maybe running harder. But very interesting storyline here as we head into the second part of this race here shortly.
Going to bring it out to you live here on FloRacing. We will step back again here shortly. But with that, let's go back down to pit road. We'll get another story here from Rick James with Evan Chaco.
Thanks, guys. Here with Evan Chaco, who's graciously given his time just to talk a little bit about the car, pre-rain, post-rain, and then what the tires are going to do for you in the remainder of this race.
Yeah, I don't really know what we have. I thought we had a pretty good piece. Then we went out to qualify. We were crazy tight. Then we fire off for the race and we were crazy free. It seems like with this tire, you never really know. We have our left rear falling apart, right front's getting ready to fall apart. So I guess, to be honest, we're just hoping to make it to the end.
Thanks, Evan. Looks like it's going to be a game of survival for some drivers in the rest of this race.
I appreciate it, Rick. Thank you guys for the updates from the pits. So we're going to step back for another 5 or 10 minutes here while the track drying continues. We'll get the field back and reset. Everything good to go as the sun is going to begin to get set. And there's the car covers coming off the cars. The lights will come on here at Berlin Raceway, and we're going to finish this one under the lights. Watching Berlin Raceway on Flow.
The My Race Pass app is your motorsports headquarters on race night. With over 800 organizations across multiple forms of motorsports, you'll always have the information you need in the palm of your hand. Race day information with official entries, lineups, live timing and drag racing timing slips, official results, point standings, announcer audio, fantasy racing, and so much more. Don't be left in the dark on race night. Download the My Race Pass app today in Google Play and the App Store. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Back at Berlin Raceway, yellow flag, I guess you could say, technically out for the rain delay. Track drawing is almost complete. Imagine here in the next 5 to 10 minutes we will be green flag racing once the race officials determine everything is okay. Let's go back down to pit road with Rick James, guy who's picked up, looks like about almost 12 positions in about 50 laps.
Thanks, Matt. Here with Dylan Stovall, who's picked up a great number of positions, like they just said. Can you tell us a little bit about the tires, Dylan, and about the heat cycle and what that's going to do for your race moving forward?
I honestly think right now we were trending free kind of on that long run before that caution came out. So I think with the rain, I think it's really going to help us green up the racetrack and get it gripped up. But no, our stuff's been good. We showed a lot of speed coming through the field, but honestly, we were just riding there and we were just taking cars off slowly and get good track position. So we feel really good.
The car feels great, but you've been flying through this field as well. So can we expect the same thing when we go back to green?
You never know, right? But I think with the rain and stuff, it definitely helped in our favor. I don't think it hurt us at all. So I think we'll fire off pretty good here.
Dylan Stovall is looking pretty optimistic for the rest of this race.
All right, thank you guys, appreciate it. Stovall moved up about 12 positions there in about 53 laps, so a good run for him as you hear the jet dryers continue to make their way around. Should be just a few more minutes so we'll be able to go back to green flag racing. Reminder coming up this Saturday night, Kenny Wallace back at Berlin Raceway. So cool to have Bobby Labonte in here for almost a half hour. We could have talked to him for 3, but generously gave us his time, and there was a lot more we could have covered. But really appreciate his time, and looking forward to having him. He'll be back in a couple weeks with ARCA. ARCA.
He has an interesting perspective too. Of course, he came up, in the 80s and 90s through racing, and now gets to kind of see the short track scene through Max Reeve. So really enjoyed hearing his perspective and his many great stories about his career. And even Jeff Striegel, right after we got off, was sharing stories with him and Bobby. So that was really neat opportunity.
Really grateful to have him here. We mentioned Kenny Wallace will be here this coming Saturday with the Michigan Modified Tour. BerlinRaceway.com for all the latest ARCA Racing Series coming the week after that. We'll see some of these same drivers here. All the details, BerlinRaceway.com. Immediately after that, week after that, 2-day super modified weekend here at Berlin. And then to wrap up the month-long extravaganza, Reveal the Hammer Outlaw Series back here for the 4th of July weekend. It's all coming up here within the next month at Berlin Raceway. BerlinRaceway.com for all the information. Follow all the socials. There'll be a lot to come out here in the next month.
We are only 2 months away from the Tecton 250 Battle at Berlin, too. Yes. Not going to be long before we're back out here.
Too many things on the schedule.
Yeah, but still, that's a big race coming up here in 2 months as well. A lot of these same drivers will be back, and just a packed summer. Berlin does such a nice job diversifying the schedule, bringing in the big names, and keeping the rooted as well in the local series, and a lot of really good stuff to look forward to as we head through this summer.
Let's go down to back down to the front stretch. Pretty entertaining first 53 laps, I think, is an understatement. Second place, Brian Campbell. He might be second right now, but challenging for the lead almost since the drop of the green flag. He's down with Nate Dreyer.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. We're fighting the air dryer down here a little bit as well. Brian Campbell has won 2 of our first 4 races of the year at Berlin, and car looks pretty good. You're battling a little bit there with Carson Hocevar the first part of the race. You just save a little bit here for this this impromptu second half.
Yeah, just having fun with Carson, just trying to get the lead there, and not really doing too much damage to the car, and trying not to hit him at the same time, and just having fun, and like I said, trying to get the lead, but not going to jeopardize the car yet for that.
where do you think the balance of your race car is at? How much is this green racetrack, Holder racetrack gonna affect things for the second half of the race?
Oh, it's gonna set a lot. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be new for all of us. I don't think we've ever done this one, not for a very long time. So this one's gonna get weird.
All right, we wish you luck.
You betcha.
Gonna get weird, guys.
Gonna get weird.
All right, put on your weird hat because it's going to get weird, everybody. 616-816-7816. You can text in and let us know where you're watching. We want to thank you for hanging with us for about an hour and a half rain delay.
This whole night's been weird, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, and we still have more racing to go too, so I don't want to go too crazy, but a lot of messages came in. We want to thank everybody for texting in. I'll just say hi to a few more of you guys every time. We got hello from Todd. Todd watching from, wow. Do you want to try to pronounce that one, Blake?
Chesapeake?
Sure.
Chesapeake.
Chesapeake. Nova Scotia. All right. Hello. Be safe. Go Hurricane. Be safe, everyone from Niles, Michigan. Thank you much. We got Tim watching from Florida. Thank you, Tim. Dave watching from Gary, Indiana. Thank you so much. Let's go, Boris. By the way, quick side note: Boris has left the building.
Yeah, saw his trailer pull
Boris
out.
Yurkovic and both Boris and Bubba Pollard have left the building, so they will not be participating in the second
Bubba,
part.
not as much of a surprise because he had the battery issue. Boris, a bit more of a surprise because he was still on the track running.
He had gone just a lap down, though. Maybe they decided tonight wasn't the night. I guess it's a little speculation on my part. But either way, packed it up. Tonight is not going to be the night. Hello, Brian from Pennsylvania. Where do the fans take cover? Anywhere that's covered. We actually have a whole covered grandstand behind here and 2 other indoor buildings. And, of course, your own car and
I was
parking
going to say a lot of people went to their own cars, but there have not been a lot of people who have left. This parking lot is still full. The grandstands still have a healthy number of people in it. People have been waiting out.
Hello from Godley, Texas, rooting for Carson Hocevar. Me and my 5-month-old Archer are rooting for Carson from Bangor, Pennsylvania. Hope you guys are enjoying. Got it. Let's go Carson from the Hillets in Grand Haven. Zachary from Kentucky cheering on the Jones boy.
Man, this track looks pretty much ready.
Yeah, it's getting there. Probably a few more minutes. Tim Horvath Sr. watching tonight. Got 8-year-old Cash Tremble watching in Saginaw tonight. All right. Looks like seeing you in the Medi Wedges. Kirk Meisner is watching tonight, our sportsman driver. Kirk's watching tonight. Thanks for checking in. Wait for the messages to catch up here for a moment, and then we'll be glad to say hi to you as well. Looks like they're doing a little debris cleanup down there.
Yeah, they're working on the restart zone. It looks like a few track officials are down there just, well, maybe kicking some tire. Or it looks like some rubber. Looks like they're kicking rubber. Worn off rubber.
Something.
Yeah, brushing it off. But the track drivers have shut off, so...
And I don't see any vehicles circulating either. So I think we're going to see. I think they just kicked on the lights here at Berlin as well.
Yep. Beautiful night.
Yeah, all the talk of the weather, it's kind of now the calm after the storm, right? All this talk
the
about...
storm's about to hit the track now, on the track.
But we did hear a lot of discussion about, Brian Campbell mentioned it for sure, that it's going to change a lot here, question. And we heard about the tires, Scott Thomas discussing the tires as well. Some drivers set up for different types of conditions and runs, so there's going to be a lot to be answered here in the next little bit here at Berlin Raceway. We'll take one more break, come back in just a couple minutes. We'll update you, and I think we're going to have race cars on the track very, very soon here. We'll also check in your text message as well. You're watching Berlin Raceway live on Flow, back for the final 97 of the 150 when we come back. Back in Berlin Raceway, glad to have you along. Beautiful sunset after the storm blow through, whatever. I
moved through.
Move, thank you. Yes, what's the word? I can't even think of words at the moment. Went over the racetrack, that one.
Nearly 3-hour delay, and fans are still packed in these grandstands. Engines are refired. We're ready to go.
Yeah. Tony Postman back atop the flag stand. Ricky Brooks and the UARA gang are down back in position. Baker Pace Truck's going to lead him around.
And Matt, we're not even halfway through this race. Still have 97 laps to go tonight.
So we did not have an official competition yellow yet, so we'll have at least one more stop after 50 green flag laps. So that would put us at 47 if we go straight through.
So for the folks just tuning in, if you didn't catch the first 53 laps, let's catch them up to speed. It was really been a battle between Carson Hosefar and Brian Campbell early on. The biggest issue so far, Bubba Pollard out of the race with battery problems. He left the track during that rain delay.
And he was running third, challenging for second while that happened. So Bubba Pollard, we believe electrical issues on that one. Also, Boris Jurkovic was here, ran the first 53, and then has now left the premises. So there's two cars that have not only left the race, but have also left the racetrack. So we're down to 27.
It's a beautiful sight. See these cars back on track.
A lot of questions going to be answered here in the next little bit. There was, for those of you just joining us, there was a drivers' meeting specifically to address a couple issues. After the drivers' meeting, as Andrew Scheid goes in, guys, Andrew Scheid was running, fourth? So there's a surprise, but in the drivers' meeting it was discussed if there's going to be any changes to the race. The short answer was no. And Nate Dreyer, I'm going to send it down to you if you can get in position here in a minute as Andrew Scheid comes in at the first opportunity.
Yeah, so Andrew Scheid, his team were one of the very first ones that were laid out immediately. And as they get the opportunity, they've had a failure on the right front, so they're going to put the replacement on the right front. So this is not a full, complete change for Andrew Scheid of the right side tires. This is just with a flat on the right front. They were having issues there with some of the issues like what Scott Thomas talked to us about. They are going to go ahead and put an emergency right front of that car, refuel the 88 as well, making a chassis adjustment underneath the right-hand rear side of the car as well. But Andrew Scheid is in. Chet Monowick on the other side. A couple guys on the other side of pit road, along with Max Reeves, Justin Thomas have come in as well. So before we have even fired off here, teams with failures on the right front are coming in, making changes to the chassis, as well as, of course, changing those tires.
So that's an interesting point, Nate. Thank you. During the drivers' meeting, it was brought up that your tire had to be flat, could not be blistering, could not be anything except for completely blowing the tire for you to get an emergency replacement. Each team has a set amount. I believe it's 4 emergency tires. So that's why we're seeing Andrew Scheid come in without...
yeah, now they're pulling off the left rear on the Scheid car. Look at the wheel marks there.
Yeah, I wonder if that one was going down too.
Yeah, I mean, there were teams, including Evan Shotko, that were reporting that they were losing their left rear, having issues there as well. Max Reeves is out, so they have completed their emergency service on that race car. But the left rear off on Andrew Scheid. Looks like they right now mostly are making a chassis adjustment there on Scheid's car. We'll see if the tire changes as well. For the time being, it's a chassis adjustment, maybe also emergency service, but that one looks pretty clean. We'll have to see what exactly that is. But an extended service now to the left rear of the race car and a chassis adjustment on the Scheid 88 bricks machine.
All right, thank you for the updates. A lot going on here. Immediately we resume this one, and immediately a lot of cars dive to pit road. The cars that have not are the ones in the top 5. Carson Hocevar, Brian Campbell, Chase Pincino, Michael Atwell. Andrew Scheid was in 5th position, but with the tire failure, he had to come in and adjust that. So that's going to put up Ty Majeski into the top 5. And Max Reeves and also Blake Rowe also pitted among others. Let's go back to pit road.
Hey guys, I did talk to one of the crew members on the 18 Max Reeves car. They said they did a right side tire change. Also looking at the red 57 of Justin Thomas, they changed the right front on that Donner Farm Chevrolet. Looking at the 71 car of Rowe on the far end of pit lane, the left side is up and the hood is open on car 71, so some extended maintenance there as well.
All right, so a lot happening within the top 10 and really throughout this whole field. As you can see, the racetrack still a little damp up there in the top group. That's a dark gray, but the race group looks nice and dry.
Well, there's definitely seems like it's going to be 97 laps of attrition. We saw that in the Sportsman feature. A little over half of the cars finishing that race. It seems like this is going to be a battle of attrition as much as it is a battle against each other if you want to win the Money in the Bank 150.
Let's go back down to Nate.
Yeah, so just quickly as well, one of the interesting things I see is a lot of the other front runners, Chase Pinsino just off to my side, Tyler Lupton, you can see both of the TK cars, Carson Hocevar as well. They are prepping right side tires. I don't know when they are planning on making that tire change right now, but a lot of teams up and down pit road, including the front runners, Terry Seneker's laid out. There are right side tires laid out up and down pit road. So I'm curious when that plan, if it's just precautionary, getting ready for the next caution when they get a chance, but a lot of teams are starting to lay out right now as well. So we'll see what happens, including really all the front runners.
Okay, thank you, Nate. We're about 23 laps from halfway. So theoretically, if you can put 75 in your tires, you can do the second 75. With that, we're about ready to turn them loose and answer a lot of questions here. 97 laps to go. The Money in the Bank 150 resumes after an extended 2.5-hour delay. We're back under green. They head back down to the one, and you could have wash, rinse, repeat, right? We saw this thing before. Hocevar in front, Campbell second, Atwell third, and Pinsino. Check that. That's Atwell third. Pinsino battling as well for the third and fourth position.
See Tristan McKee up there into the third position. Ryan Campbell flipping it around. So in the first part of this race, we saw Hocevar running the high line, Campbell running the low. Now it's Campbell trying to run a little higher than Hocevar. Curious to see how that works out here, or if that's going to be a prolonged strategy for that 47 car. And it is. Campbell's trying to run that higher line.
He said he was playing with him and having fun with it. Boy, looks like it might be, I don't know, these front two cars, they must feel really confident if they're out there having fun. They go 3 wide towards the back of the field. Thankfully, they sort it back out. Back up front, 94 laps to go. You can see there in the counter, Campbell again. We saw this the last 30 laps, and now we're seeing it right back where they left off.
Right on that back bumper. We saw it in those first 53 laps. Campbell trying all sorts of different lines. The inside line is the way he was trying, and it looks like he's going to get back to that again.
And I think he might get him here for the first time.
Almost.
Ryan Campbell is going to grab the lead away from Carson Hocevar at lap number 57.
Wow. That was a power move right there. We saw him trying his best to get around, of course, without using his stuff up.
And now Campbell begins to pull away a little bit. Probably a good position to be in. Now the field spread out a little bit. A couple side-by-side battles here and there, but we've settled in a little bit. And Blake, I would imagine after the kind of a wild first part of this race, now we've kind of gotten the second part of this, and you got to make it to the third. We might see some settling down here for a little while until we get to the final competition yellow, which should be in about 40 laps from now.
We saw him running really hard in that first stint, probably weather related, and now that the weather is behind us, it's probably more of a focus of really trying to save that equipment, save those tires. And we're already seeing more spread between these first two cars than we did through the whole first 53 laps. Worth noting too, Tristan McKee now solidly in that third position. McKee here with Spire Motorsports out of Williamsburg, Virginia. He's having a great run here tonight with Andrew Morrissey, Michael Atwell running up the top 5.
Your top 5, by the way, is Brian Campbell, Carson Hocevar, Tristan McKee, Andrew Morrissey, and Michael Atwell. 6 to 10 is Chase Pinsino, Ty Majeski, Dylan Stovall, Trayton Lapsevich, and Tyler Lupton have cracked the top 10. So far, so good. Everybody definitely, Blake has seemed to smooth out just a little bit. Justin Thomas goes pit side.
Current lap times are around 17.2, 17.3 seconds, which isn't that far off of where we saw them running late in the stage before that rain came. There you see a battle right now for 6th. That's Chase Pinsino who holds it in the 14 car. Ty Majeski right behind him in the Menards 91. And that's Dylan Stovall and Trayton Lapsevich behind those two. Majeski always a threat when he comes here. He tends to get better throughout the run as well.
85 to go. You're watching Majeski 91 battling with Chase Pinsino. That's for 6th and 7th. Stovall right behind. And Lapsevich, who started near the tail of the field, has found his way all the way up into the top 10.
It's interesting further back here in the pack, you don't see as much of what we saw up front with guys running the high versus low line. They all seem to be kind of content with riding around for the most part, although right behind them you see Stovall on the outside of Lapsevich.
Side-by-side battle now. There we go. Lapsevich on the inside. Stovall gives him some room. Tries to make the pass down to the inside.
Just hearing from Rick James on pit road, Blake Rowe out due to tires, Justin Thomas out due to battery issues. So that's 2 more casualties on the night tonight. Thank you, Rick. Side-by-side battle with Ty Majeski, Chase Pinsino. Majeski seemed to be kind of waiting in the wings there, and now he's going to get by Pinsino for position number 6.
We're approaching the halfway point in 5 laps. We'll give you a full field rundown at that point. Brian Campbell's lead about a second over Carson Hocevar, who has another 2.5 over 3rd place Tristan McKee. Andrew Morrissey and Michael Atwell, your top 5.
You're looking at the battle for 6th. Chase Pinsino holds it. Pinsino is as high as 3rd. Right around lap 50 before the rain came. Now it looks like he slipped back just a few positions, but it's difficult to know how much of this is now tire conservation versus raw speed. I'd imagine a lot of folks right now are taking it easy. In fact, we've seen the lap times back down to about 17.4, 17.5 seconds for a lot of these guys, which tells me they are doing some saving right now. Of course, track conditions have changed drastically, much cooler.
Staying on this battle, that's 14 of Pinsino. Lapsevich right behind, trying to make the pass in the yellow car, the 30. Gets close, can't make it there.
Meantime, Brian Campbell coming up on lap traffic here. He's going to hit his first car.
Not literally hit his first car.
Right.
But yes.
Catch his first car. Chet
Oh
Monowek.
boy, they get close there again. They're battling the Pinsino and Lapsevich battle. Yep.
Here you see Campbell about to hit or come up on Monowek, and then right ahead of them are a gaggle of about 4 more cars. So it won't be long before lap traffic becomes.
And we're still about another 20 laps away from the competition yellow. Blake, let's do a full field rundown as we're halfway through this one. Brian Campbell, Carson Hocevar, Tristan McKee, Andrew Morrissey, Michael Atwell, Ty Majeski, Chase Pinsino, Trayton Lapsevich, Dylan Stovall, and Evan Shotko.
Terry Seneker, Hudson Holder, Eric Jones, Austin Hall, Andrew Scheid, Tyler Lupton, Max Reeves, Harrison Halder, Chase Berta, Chris Shannon, and Scott Thomas.
Buddy Head goes 22nd. Keith Herb, Chet Monowek, and Ken Wabma are the 25 cars still running in this one. Justin Thomas, Blake Rowe, Boris Yurkovic, Bubba Pollard, all retired for the afternoon and evening.
Here's a view of Campbell was able to get by Monowek. Now it's Hocevar's turn. You see a side-by-side battle with Morrissey and Atwell with what appears to be battle for 4th position. It's Atwell on the inside, Morrissey on the outside.
Oh, Atwell really bottomed out there, smacked the apron, and Ty Majeski is going to drive around him like he was sitting still.
That puts Majeski into the 5th position. We've seen him steadily climbing up through the ranks tonight. Majeski started 9th. And now he's going to try to make a move for 4th on Andrew Morrissey.
Look at Ty Majeski coming up through the field. Not necessarily surprised by that. If you had to take a straw poll of one of the guys that you thought might have a shot at this one, Majeski's name kept coming up. And for good reason.
We mentioned earlier he's run 3 Super Late Model races to our knowledge this year, and he's won all 3 of them. So clearly, of course, he's a talented driver. He's got great equipment as well. That moves Ty Majeski up to 4th.
So Majeski slowly but surely working his way through the field. We will have one more stoppage for sure, and you know, car spins, Buddy Head goes around. So this will negate the competition caution, I believe. So this is the Buddy Head spins. Lap number 81.
Doesn't look like he collected anyone.
No. Well, I think it's safe to say, get ready on pit road.
Yep.
You got to think everybody's coming in. If not everybody, 95% of the field
This is
going
that
to
sweet
be
spot.
taking what's left of tires that are to be offered. So
In theory, if they run another 50 green flag, that would put it at 19 to go. It seems risky if you don't take the tires and everyone else does. And that's not a guarantee if we get another caution.
I don't see how you don't,
Yeah,
right? But we've also had a few cars that have stopped that are off cycle.
True.
That already took one and not two or whatever. So we shall see. Well, that's a nice shot.
Beautiful
Everything-
view of the
Boy,
track.
it really turned out nice tonight. Just off to the right of your screen there, you see those tall pine trees where it says Berlin and the flashing light? There's actually a lake back there. So Lake Berlin is back there. Very, very beautiful night. The rain green stuff up even more.
Eric Jones in early.
Eric Jones in early.
Yeah, there was a little bit of confusion, guys. Tyler Lupton is in as well, just in front of us on this end of pit road of when exactly the pits would be
everybody's coming
opening.
in, and Carson stayed out, guys. Carson and Majeski stayed out. Everybody else is coming in, at least in the top 10, it looks like. We'll send it down to you guys. Interesting calculations at this one. Back down to you guys.
Yeah, that's incredibly fascinating. Tristan McKee, what a run he's had up through the field, rising all the way 13 spots. He was getting some coaching on the radio. They will make the right side tire change here. That's what Tyler Lupton's doing. That's what Brian Campbell is doing. So everyone at the front, fascinating that the 71 decides to stay out because he just came on the radio and told the team that his right front is hurt really bad. So Carson Hocevar really fighting tire wear on the right front. He chooses not to come in. His team was laid out and ready for him. Carson didn't come in. Let's see if maybe the next time around he does choose to come in. So I think he missed it. Carson Hocevar now will be coming. As I mentioned, really, really concerned is Carson about the right front on that race car. The race second place runner Hocevar, the reigning winner of this race, is in down pit road now. And the TK team will come to the attention of Hocevar. They'll change the right-hand side, fuel up the 71 car a little bit, and get Carson on his way. Rick James at pit entry, what you got going on?
Trayton Lapsevich in the number 30, Nate, has come in for a right front tire change, a little bit of maintenance on the right rear. Now they have the left side of the race car jacked up as well, and the crew is under the left front corner of the 30 of Trayton Lapsevich. Further down into the pits, car 39, Andrew Morrissey. They jacked up the right side as well. Looked like a tire change, hard to see from here. I'll get more details later on, but Lapsevich, Morrissey working on the cars in the pits, Nate.
Yeah, so on this end of pit road, just wrapping things up, an extended check of the stagger for Eric Jones, for Brian Campbell. They were doing some quick work. Brian pretty happy with the race car. He's off and on his way. Eric Jones is out. Tyler Lupton, who was the first guy down pit road, he is off and on his way as well. Tristan McKee fires off, and with that late stop, Carson Hocevar now leaving. So everybody back out on the racetrack, and the tire changes for at least these leaders that weren't off sequence have been made.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt you, Nate. The number 20 of Austin Hull has come down here, and it's going to be a right rear tire change for the number 20 of Austin Hull, and it looks like there's also work on the right front. 20 car also getting some new rubber in the pits.
24 Dylan Stovall.
Stovall stayed out. Stovall stayed out. Well, we don't know why, but he is. Interesting calculation. So Dylan Stovall will be your leader when we come back. Looks like just about everybody else pitted at some point, either their first or second lap, and this one's going to be very interesting to shape. Actually, guys, there's a bunch of guys that stayed out.
Well, they were guys who pitted with the emergency tire situation.
And this is going to be an interesting situation when this one refires, because we're going to have a very, very jumbled field.
So you're looking right now, Dylan Stovall is in first. We have Hudson Halder in second in the 9.
Andrew Scheid is third now.
Max Reeves is fourth.
Reeves is fourth, right. So these guys are off cycle. I see Keith Herp in that mix.
Wow.
Terry Seneker was on pits a long time, guys. So, yeah, we're going to have to get this one shaken out.
I think they got to do some sorting here to get everyone back in order, but
Stovall's the leader unofficially, by the way we're seeing it. Yeah. And Hudson Halder will be second. Andrew Scheid will be third.
Hey guys, I just want to jump in while you're giving the lineup. So I've been on the radio, and actually Dylan Stovall's team was going over this as well. So because we had the non-competitive stops, those cars were rolling at the front. If you remember, like Andrew Scheid had pitted at the start of the sequence, they've kind of taken away those laps they were running, so I think we're going to see the order change a little bit still, possibly at the front, because they were talking about reordering some things still.
Okay, well, that's the thing. We didn't want to. We were kind of talking about that. The way it looks at the moment, once they get all the things shaken out here. So at this point, Blake, we're just kind of guessing who's going where. All we can do report to you is kind of what we saw, which is a lot of cars on pit road and a lot of jockeying for positions. We've got cars kind of scattered all over. So we'll let the UARA gang figure this one out, which they do a fantastic job at. So we'll let them do their part. Reminder, coming up this Saturday, back at Berlin Raceway, we're underway with the Michigan Modified Series with Kenny Wallace in action right here live on FloRacing, 6 o'clock Eastern start time. Or, of course, join us here on the track. Then 1 week later, the ARCA Menards Racing Series. Then 2 weeks from then, the Super Modified doubleheader weekend, Friday and Saturday. All details at BerlinRaceway.com. We're glad you're part here of Berlin Raceway tonight on this fantastic event. Thank you for all the messages on the text line. We literally heard from so many of you. Well, if we have any more time, I'll be glad to say hi to you throughout the night, 616-816-7816. But we really appreciate hearing from all of you. Well, if we get another downtime, I'll get a chance to say hi to you. But many, many messages, and we're so glad you tuned in from across the state, across the world, across the country, wherever you're watching, supporting FloRacing and short track racing specifically as well. Well, 69 to go, and the question's going to be who's going to have what and when. And now that this field's been jumbled up a little bit, or a lot, it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. So, boy.
Yeah, still waiting to see how UARA is going to kind of split everyone up. There's a lot going on there.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a couple extended laps here just because of the amount of cars involved in trying to score everybody.
So again, this is a 6-tire race, including the tires that they started on. So the only option they had was to take 2 tires at some point, unless there was emergency flat at which they could come down and take that. Now we see them getting lined up. It does look like Stovall is going to lead the field along with Hudson Holder here.
Yeah, it's 1 to go. So what you see is what you got. All right.
Wow, it's going to be interesting.
You got a lot of guys off. Boy, look at the beautiful sunset off of there. Great night for racing here. Let's hope this one stays clean and green. Blake Harms, this is when this race can get really tense because we're down to the final 69 laps. We've got people off sequence that haven't been up to that position before.
A lot of different strategies.
A lot of different strategies and calculations, and a lot going on. We'll see how it gets navigated. Dylan Stovall going to lead him back to green.
Hocevar takes a 3 wide already on the inside. He's trying to take full advantage. They are wadded up back there. Oh, they got to be careful.
Keith Herb way up to the top side of the racetrack. Quickly fades back. Stovall to the lead.
Wow, do a great job navigating that first lap. Dylan Stovall in the lead. Andrew Scheid in second. Max Reeves in third. They're able to hold on right now. Looks like Hocevar is the first car that pitted that last time, with Majeski right behind him.
He settled up a little bit, which is kind of good. A couple cars faded back.
And that was close for a few laps.
Yeah, but I think hopefully we've settled down a little bit, so the tense moments potentially have passed. Stovall looks pretty good out front. Scheid is second. Reeves up to third. Carson Hocevar rim riding the top of the racetrack in the 71. Here he comes. Look at his way, chewing his way through there. Now trying to get up by the backside of Holder, the white number 9.
Making that outside line work as he's done so well here in the past. Looks like Majeski's going to try to follow him around the 4 of Tyler Lupton. As now Hocevar is going to set his sights on Max Reeves in the 18. That's for third as they're 3 wide behind Hocevar briefly.
Almost 3 wide. Gathers it back up. Majeski in the Menards bright colored car got pinned a little bit in there behind Lupton. See how patient he is here. Carson Hocevar not patient.
No.
Whether it's by design or not, he's moving his way through the field quickly.
Laps clicking off fast. 64 laps to go right now. Hocevar looks like he's going to clear Max Reeves for third, and he does. Now he's going to set his sights on Andrew Scheid in the 88. He is flying right now, no doubt about that.
Fresh right side tires are good
Yep.
for a while. Are they good for another 62? That is the magic question.
Ran the fastest lap time that last go around, of course, to no surprise.
Hocevar quickly and aggressively works his way up through the field.
Meantime, we got a bit of a stack up behind Max Reeves. A whole lot of cars looking to get around him.
Brian Campbell is the leader coming in now, 13th after that cycle.
I think they're not too happy about that.
What a difference. There's Campbell mid-pack. Not at all the way this one was going. Oh boy, they get close back there.
Majeski's using up Tyler Lupton, trying to get around him. That's for position number 5. Meantime, you see Hocevar quickly closing in on Andrew Scheid. Would have to imagine it won't be long before he tries to make a move on that 88. Man on a mission right now. Running about a lane higher than the 88.
Yeah, and he's been running that lane the entire day and evening. The 71 of Hocevar. Second groove. Majeski's up there now too in the 91. He's going to work past Reeves.
Doing the same thing Hocevar did, making that outside line work. That's going to get him up to 4th. A lot of close quarters just behind him.
Yeah, there's a lot of tight racing in there. We still got a long way to go.
We see Majeski now solidly into 3rd. Curious to see what he's got for Hocevar. This is the closest those two cars have been together all night, and it seems like, as of right now, those are among the 2 fastest cars in the field.
Here comes Atwell on the inside. He's going to get around Reeves for a top 5.
Looks like Hocevar's getting ready to make a move on Andrew Scheid. Not quite to that point yet, but he's close, and that will be for position number 2.
Second place.
There's the leader.
Stovall's lead. 1.5 seconds. Can he keep it out there?
There's Hocevar trying to dive
Let's
down
watch a
low.
second place battle here. Oh, little tap. Remember, Scheid finished second in this race a year ago in the 88 to
Hocevar.
that guy who beat him right behind him.
Hocevar tried to make the inside line work. He couldn't. Now he looks like he's going to try the outside. He's trying something a little different, Matt. It seems like he's switched down to, well, of course not this go around. He's been running lower on 3 and 4 than he has on 1 and 2. That is not something he was doing at the start of this race.
And here comes Majeski sneaking into the picture.
Hocevar's urgency is probably going to pick up. Here's a replay.
Oh.
Wow.
And almost another one.
All it takes is one tap in the wrong way, and then that car is going up in the wall. Nice job for Scheid to save it there.
Scheid slammed the door and Majeski opens it.
You would think Scheid maybe getting the bumper here at some point if Hocevar gets to it again. Or else he's going to risk Majeski getting by both of them.
Yeah, we're in the final 50, though. No more Mr. Nice Guy, right? This is it.
In fact, Majeski may try to make a move on Hocevar here. And he does.
Not only tries to, picks the pocket. And he's going to get position on Carson.
Ooh, runs him up a little high.
50 laps to go in the Money in the Bag 150 presented by Baker Auto Group.
Meanwhile, Stovall has grown his lead to 1.7 seconds as this gaggle for second continues. Wow. Scheid doing a great job holding these two off. Hocevar trying to make that outside line work, but with Majeski flanking him, can't really seem to get anything done.
Man. Second, third, fourth, up for grabs and a shot at the lead. If we get one more yellow, that'll put you on the front row if we get it. Majeski on the inside of Carson Hocevar. He's going to get around-ish.
Oh, he might here.
And he's got position now on Andrew Scheid. Slides it through. Will he be able to make the pass? Looking like it. Scheid battles back again on the outside. 2 cars pull off. Ken Wamba, Keith Hurt, both pull off at the same time. 2 more gone. 47 laps to go. Majeski around. Gets around Carson Hocevar. Gets around Andrew Scheid. It sets the sail towards the front. Can he get there in 46 lap and get Dylan Stovall's lead? 2 seconds. Great run for Dylan after a bevy of second-place runs here the last few weeks, is today the day he not only gets first, but takes home the money in the bank.
That last time, Majeski more than a tenth faster than Stovall. His lead, though, about 2 seconds. And again, if we don't have another caution, we'll be getting a comp caution at about 26 laps, with 19 to go. The only rule is that there cannot be a comp caution in the last 10 laps.
Okay, so we're due another one. Contacted a couple cars towards the back, right in front of the leaders. Buddy Head makes contact with the contact. Carson Hocevar into the backside of Andrew Scheid. There's the caution we were talking about.
He saves it. Does a great job keeping it off the wall. Ooh. Love to hear the radio on that one.
And the crowd goes crazy. Well, let's watch the FloRacing replay, and it will speak for itself. Andrew Scheid 88, Carson Hocevar 71, into turn 3 and turn 4. And contact.
Been racing for position for a little while there.
Scheid, whale of a job.
Very
keeping
much
it off
so.
the fence,
Could've
keeping
been.
it off of everything else.
Could have been a hard lick.
But nonetheless, you just went from third to wherever you went, and they're not going to be happy about that one. At lap 106. Let's watch it here. Great slow motion replay.
Looks like Hocevar almost goes over a bump.
Bottoms out a little bit.
Yeah, that's what it
goes
looks
up
like.
a little bit.
Right? And it seems like he got a little loose over that bump.
Definitely saw some sparks.
Yeah.
And to the left rear quarter of Scheid. And that was that.
So that negates the final competition caution.
Exactly. That is our final there's our final caution scheduled anyway. So as you said, it negates that. Now, Ryan Campbell, by the way, has moved up to 7th after leading a good chunk of this race. Went from 13th to 7th, so he's worked his way up. Going to take a look back here. It looks like we have 23 cars still running.
Here's another replay. Full speed, and again, it looks like,
bottomed out
there
right
he is.
there.
Yep. I'm not sure how much Scheid will appreciate that explanation, but it does look like that's what happened.
Well, there's the replay anyway.
Looks like Scheid's pulling it down to pit road, I presume, to get
Stovall,
maybe some new tires.
pit side, guys.
Hocevar,
Carson
pit side.
Hocevar,
Eric
pit side.
Jones.
Jones. All right, guys, coming to you.
So Andrew Scheid is in. Team was kind of having him go over some of the damage, and you can see on the left rear the damage to that car. They'll change the right-hand side tires. So Carson Hocevar coming in. He had an interesting note just on the radio about possibly parking the race car. We'll see if that winds up being the case, but Carson, maybe some more extended damage. He is pulled in. Carson is turned around. Let's see if he's putting out the wheel. Carson's done. Carson Hocevar's night is over, so that is exactly the case. Maybe a more extended issue. We'll have to check more, but Carson Hocevar is done for the night, guys.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, you know, it didn't look like he had quite as much speed in that
I don't know.
most recent run.
He's out. And going straight in the hauler.
Well, that's an interesting development.
Stovall's in, getting service who had lead, so that's going to throw the lead to Ty Majeski.
Hey guys, just talking about Dylan here in the 24 car. Right side went up. They made some right front adjustments. They changed the left rear. Stovall's back out and ready for more action.
Okay, wow, after leading this race. Wow. You couldn't have scripted this any different, Blake. There's a shot at some tires.
Yeah, no kidding.
Obviously, we'll try to find out what happened with Carson
Yeah, I think there
Hocevar.
may
If
be
it
something
was
more there. Try to find out. Well, that gives Ty Majeski the lead. He clearly has one of the fastest cars. Hearing from Rick James, 2 right sides for Stovall. So it must have meant he didn't take any tires. He was able to hang on to the lead without any tires. That's pretty impressive. Now he'll have to try to work his way back up. And this is pretty interesting top 5.
Yeah, this one has shuffled the deck once again. I don't know. Ty Majeski's car looked awfully good, Blake, in that last run. If this one goes, he's as strong as he looked in the last 30 or 40.
Meantime, though, we've got Brian Campbell in 4th.
Yes.
And that is going to be interesting to watch as well. Atwell's been sneaky fast throughout much of tonight as well, keeping it up in the top 5 through much of the night. So, yeah, Majeski definitely, I think, has an advantage, but he's got some tough competition up there. 2 laps to go. Go back green.
So just looking to see who. So Carson Hocevar out of this one. Looks like Chase Berta pitted. Trying to get the shakeout who here is left and where they are. We'll give you kind of a full field rundown once we get this one back underway, because we did lose a couple more cars under that caution period. As of right now, it looks like somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 20, 21, 22 cars still running when this one gets back under green.
Lights are off. Baker Pace truck. It's going to be a fascinating restart as we're getting close to the end of this thing. Only 44 to go. They're going to click off fast.
Majeski's car looked awfully strong in the 91, the last run. Will it continue? We're back under green. 44 to go in the 150.
Wow.
Majeski with a great jump.
Straight out of a cannon.
Yep. He looks awfully strong. Here comes Campbell up on the outside, the 47 car. He got shuffled way back after leading like half the race.
Campbell looks 42.
That's an understatement. Campbell looks really good.
Yep.
Sporty in second place after 1 lap. Brian Campbell, man on a mission. Car up and off the grass.
Wall.
He's going to hit the tires, or no, he slid.
Way down there. That's going to be the 9 of Hudson Holder off the backstretch. Caution back out.
Yeah, thought he was headed straight for the tires. Looks like he was just there. He is.
It, but he's down there. In fact, if the camera can zoom out a little bit, you'll see just how stuck down there he is. And with all this rain we just had, I imagine that may not be easy to climb out of. Yeah, there's a bit of a wider view. So slid off the backstretch behind the scoring pylon that's centered in turn 3 and went way down there.
Let's watch this. Thought he was going to head for the tires, but like you said, he was farther off, so that's good news. But that grass is so wet right now.
Yep.
We're watching up here. Watch at the top of your screen here. There's the white car. And there he goes, got off in the loose stuff. Yep. Berlin safety crew is back there. I don't know. They might need a winch and something else to get him out of there.
I think so.
We'll see if they can. It's also kind of dark back there. They're going to figure this one out. So caution flag with 43 laps to go.
Biggest takeaway from that restart.
Now Brian Campbell, Ty Majeski, who do front row. This one's going to get good. There he goes.
Really
all right, get some traction down there.
You can look at how muddy it is down there.
Keep your foot on the gas, right? You don't want to get stuck going up that hill. Yeah, look at the tire tracks.
I talked to Ryan Blaney a few weeks ago about Berlin. He mentioned one of his memories he has from racing in the Rowdy 251 was going off the backstretch and riding it like Baja. And I thought that was a good description back there. It really is like that.
Remember that slip and slide you had when you were a kid? You slid in the grass, like in that thing that would basically break your ribs. You know, I'm talking about that thing. That kind of what it is. You just slide like through your yard back there.
Kudos to him for making it up there. He went the scenic route.
Yep.
Got it up there.
Doing it back around. Good news. I can't imagine that's got to be kind of an exciting ride to get back there and slide like that. And basically you're just like, okay.
And just hoping you're not going to hit anything, you know. Thankfully he was able to stop.
Car looks good.
Yep.
Car wash.
It's best case scenario. It looks scary, but it's best case scenario, especially compared to hitting those tires, which a lot of these drivers here know something about, hitting the tires right there.
When I saw him out there, I was worried, but he was just enough below them that he was able to clear them and get down in the clean, so that's good. Ryan Campbell up to second. He was 13th at the end of that last pit stop sequence. Ty Majeski's car looks awfully good.
They seem, this will be obviously our true test, but they seem pretty evenly matched on speed. I think this is going to be a great battle.
It may be more of a question of who's got what left
Yes.
as opposed to raw speed. It could be as much of that as anything. These guys are good. I mean, all these guys are racing this race are fantastically talented. Campbell is a master at Berlin Raceway of conservation. Multi-time champion here at Berlin Raceway.
Look who's up to fourth, Tyler Lupton.
Lupton playing in there all day today.
15-year-old who is thoroughly impressed. Won 2 features last year in his rookie season. A lot of good players up here.
Yep. This game just pointed survival. Lights go off the pace truck. Will we stay green for the final push for this one?
Hearing from Carson team did not have an official comment on the retirement. That's from Nate Dreyer.
Okay. So no comment is the comment. Under green. Ty Majeski the inside 91. Brian Campbell outside 47. Oh, Atwell bogs down a little bit, kind of backs up the line behind him.
Brian's been great on this outside line, and he's going to get a good push of momentum. Just enough to hang on the outside, but he's got to make something work here.
Yeah, I don't know how long you can run up there. Boy, you know he wants it bad. Majeski's always so good when he's here in the 91, every time.
Campbell slips into second behind Majeski. Now Majeski going to try to put some space between those two. We had just had some contact for position number 5. That's between Max Reeves and Michael Atwell.
Yeah, Atwell kind of sunk back a little bit on that restart, and it kind of just backed everybody up a little bit. Hopefully that settles down. Majeski stretching it out a little bit. Oh, there's a replay. You can see what happened there.
Oh, yeah.
Atwell's car looks like it can still lose maybe some contact with Reeves.
A lot of good saves tonight. Majeski has grown the lead to about 7/10 of a second.
Almost 3 wide. They stack up there again. That's the battle for the 4th position.
Oh, 3 wide.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, that's
there's
not gonna work.
They somehow keep it together, or do they?
Wow. Great save by Pinsino.
Pinsino on the 14, the black and white 14 up towards the top. Somehow saves it. We almost had a disaster there.
And now you see Pinsino running side by side with Michael Atwell, the 2 number 14s, all behind Tristan McKee. who
Great
now holds
save
fifth.
by the 14 of Pinsino.
Oh!
More contact. It's Evan Shako now on the inside of Atwell.
Looks like Atwell's really starting to slip now.
Stovall coming with him.
Soon to be Jones. Stovall and Shako running side by side. 2 locals, 2 very good locals. It's for position number 7. Shako been steadily making his way up through the night. In fact, Shako started 15th tonight. Stovall started 20th.
So they're potentially in top 10 land here if they keep it together.
Tristan McKee holding off Chase Pinsino. Position number 5. Both coming up on Tyler Lupton, who has been able to hang on to the 4th position.
Majeski's lead now 1.5 seconds over Brian Campbell. So Majeski solidly in charge of this one.
And Campbell's got almost 3 seconds on Max Reeves in 3rd. You see the gap there. Majeski, Campbell on the top of your screen. Reeves just coming out of turn 4. Very sizable gap. And that's pretty good racing back there.
Oh, almost more contact there. Stovall, Pinsino. Wow, these cars are jammed up here together, aren't they? Tyler Lupton. It's McKee, Stovall, Pinsino.
Oh, Stovall's going to try to push it 3 wide.
And it's going to work. Yes. somehow.
Wow, great move.
Stovall grabs 2 for the price of none. Up to 4th.
That was an impressive move, be able to make that cleanly. 3-wide typically doesn't work out very well here at Berlin. Now Pinsino wants in, gets to the bottom of McKee. Very solid run for Pinsino all night. He's been up here. You know, the interesting thing, Matt, we've got 28 laps to go. Majeski has a very large lead right now on Brian Campbell of about 2.3 seconds, but there is a lot of lap traffic.
Yep.
Where if this stays green, they're going to have to start navigating that before this race is done.
We still got 25 to go, and a lot of these cars are beginning to dance around a little bit.
Get it loose in the corner.
Yep, and all it's going to take is one bobble in the wrong place at the wrong time.
So wonder how these tires are holding up with this racing being this hard. That was a topic of conversation before we got going. Way at the track, Pinsino slides it a little bit, brushes McKee. That gives McKee the spot back. You're right, these cars are slip sliding around.
And you're right, Majeski's going to catch all these guys here in the next 5-10 laps, and not all of them, but slowly he's going to be passing lap cars for the rest of this race if we stay green.
Yeah, there's the first one right there. Number 6 in Chip Monowick. But it's really the cars ahead of that aren't necessarily slow. He may have to start getting creative. But he's got a 2.6 second lead.
Definitely got a comfortable cushion. Doesn't need to push it.
Battle for
Chase Berta now.
8th.
Remember, Berta's car got dropped off the jack earlier, and they had all sorts of problems, and that is a
great recovery.
Nice recovery, absolutely. Picks off Lupton to put himself into 8th.
We're at that point in the race where you can really start to see the guys who are struggling on their tires. Maybe wore them out too soon, just trying to hang on. Seen several guys drop back here throughout this run. In fact, Michael Atwell's fallen out of the top 15.
He really struggled there on that last restart. 20 to go this time by for Ty Majeski's 2.5 second lead.
I can report Michael Atwell is out of the race. I think Rick actually said that he had seen maybe some sparks go up, but Atwell is out of the car and out of the race.
Thank you.
Thanks for the update. Yeah, he had really slowed a lot, so that's going to leave about 20 cars left in this one.
There you see Majeski in the lead, just got around lap traffic. He's got more on the way. In fact, he's going to get to Scott Thomas next.
And then
some drivers who are not going to be easy to get around.
Yep. And then I believe it's going to be, Scott Thomas, Trayton Lapsevich, and Andrew Scheid are all going to be up next.
Beautiful shot of the track tonight. You see Majeski going into 3 on the top of the screen. Now going to come out of 4. He's your leader. Again, with a sizable gap over Brian Campbell. Now up to 2.9 seconds. I believe that's the largest lead anyone's had in this race so far.
Majeski really has come alive here in the second half. Going to go around Scott Thomas now. That will leave 18 cars in the lead lap.
16 to go. Majeski just been so impressive tonight.
Got to hang on with 16 to go. If you're Brian Campbell, you'd love just one more yellow to have one more shot at it. But the way it's looking right now, Majeski's car in control.
Let's compare lap times this time around. 17.690 for Majeski and a 17.705 for Campbell. Basically matched lap times.
Fastest car on the racetrack, Dylan Stovall. How about that? By almost a 10th.
Wow. It's got 4.3 seconds to make up. There you see the battle for number 5th position.
Yeah.
McKee and Pinsino, they've been racing around each other quite a bit here. Majeski's coming up on some side-by-side racing with only 13 to go. It's going to take a lot for it to hold him up that much. Oh, we've had late cautions here before. We've had late trouble here before. And again, the tires, how well are they holding up? You've seen these guys pushing them all night.
Well, so far so good.
Yeah.
Only got 10 to go. A lot can happen though as we are getting towards the final stages of this one.
All right, Majeski catching lap traffic into turn 3 now. He's going to hit Hudson Halder first. Coming out of turn 4 up front stretch. And into turn 1. Around he goes. There he is right there. Now he's going to be coming up on Trade Lapsevich and Andrew Scheid next. His lead right now right around 3 seconds.
Yeah, and it's going to be a steady diet of lap traffic till this one's over. 9 to go.
That time around, he was still a tenth faster than Brian Campbell. Lead has now grown to 3.1 seconds as we see maybe a little contact between Lapsevich and Scheid out of turn 4.
Yeah, they're racing for position too. Remember, Scheid was up in the top 3 not that long ago until the contact with Carson Hocevar. Been watching this battle too. That's Terry Seneca. We haven't really talked about him at all today but he's now in the top 10. In the 24, Austin Hull 20. Lupton's been slowly but surely slipping back a little bit over the last number of laps.
Majeski working his way around.
Leader Majeski's really
front stretch,
dealing with lap traffic here. Oh, they thought about 3 wide on that deal. Austin Hull, the inside of Lupton. Oh, and Terry Steneker up there too. Boy, they got close.
Ooh, a little contact there, I think.
5 to go. It's looking pretty good for Ty Majeski right about now. Whoa, Seneker's contact with Lupton.
Using him up.
You wondered about that. Oh.
And they're still not sure how much Lupton's going to appreciate that.
Probably not a ton. We'll see what they do with it here.
He backs it down. You know, you've been racing around a lot of these guys all night. Patience wearing thin. We now have 4 laps to go for Ty Majeski. Lead still at 3.1 seconds.
Campbell second, Stovall third, Max Reeves fourth, and Chase Pincinel your top 5 at the moment.
Majeski's talked about wanting to win here. This is such a difficult track. He's been able to conquer so many short tracks across the country. Hasn't had the cards fall his way. He's come close, and it looks like now he's finally going to cross this one off his list.
It's looking pretty good, isn't it? Majeski, 1 to go. The second half of this race, he's driven brilliantly. If we stay green, and it looks like we will, Ty Majeski is going to go to victory lane, and the money in the bank, 150 after driving a heck of a second half of this race. Majeski wins. Brian Campbell second, great run. Stovall third, another good run. Max Reeves, how about that? 4th position. Chase Pincinel, Tristan McKee, Evan Shonto, Austin Hull, Chase Berta, Terry Seneker, your top 10. Tyler Lupton back to 11th. Andrew Morrissey, Harrison Halder, Chris Shannon, Trayton Lapsevich, Andrew Scheid, Scott Thomas, Hudson Halder, Buddy Head, and Chet Monowick. 20 cars finished this one.
Man, Ty's going to be happy about this one. He might have driven the wrong way.
He'll find it.
Out there, he can back it up. I think he's going to be real pleased with his win. Gonna have to. There we go. Find a way for him to get through. So the rest of the top 5 parks it on the front stretch.
Well, a little bit of everybody in that top 5
Yeah.
there. It's I mean, not that you wanted to script a race, but you kind of got a nice mix there of a
Good
little bit of
variety.
everybody.
A lot of comers and goers.
Majeski will call an outsider, even though he's been here several times. Campbell, one of the all-time best here, finishes second. Stovall, still no win this year, but third place, and that's a big event. That's good. Max Reeves, really nice run. We had all that talk with Bobby Labonte up here. They got to be happy with that. Pinsino ran a really good race from beginning to end.
Pinsino has been very impressive here at this racetrack. Seems like he's been getting better and better. You mentioned Max Reeves. He'll be here with the ARCA Series in a little under 2 weeks. I have to imagine this run's going to help him out. Yeah, just going through some of the hometowns here. We got DeForest, Wisconsin, or excuse me, not DeForest, Wisconsin. Kalkana, Wisconsin, for Ty Majeski, our winner. Brian Campbell, of course, right here from Wyoming, Michigan. Dylan Stovall from nearby Kalamazoo, Michigan. Max Reeves comes to us from North Carolina, Trinity, North Carolina. And Chase Pinsino, a Canadian from Belle River, Ontario.
Yeah.
Gotten accustomed to Michigan drivers winning these big races. The Money in the Bank battle at Berlin as of late. The other side of the lake takes this one. A great run for Ty Majeski.
Waiting for him to just clear the scales, and we'll get a word with him on his thoughts on this very eventful race. Second half of this race, unquestionably the class of the field.
Yes.
Ty Majeski had him covered.
Here he comes up into victory lane.
Getting up and out of the car. Nice run. Let's go down to victory lane.
Ty Majeski goes to victory lane at Berlin. You've won all over the country in one of these cars. You've come so close here. What does it mean to finally go to victory lane here in Martin?
Yeah, it means a lot. Yeah, you know, I've been fortunate enough to win some late model races in my career, and yeah, this one coming across the line, I haven't felt this way in a while. Just proud of our team. This is a tough racetrack. Forces you to step outside your comfort zone. From a race car standpoint and as a driver, I love the challenge and the discipline that it takes to get around here. And yeah, it took us 5 tries, but finally conquered it tonight. Yeah, great race car. Thank you to Menard, Zenahome, Odie, American Standard, iRacing.com. All our supporters. It's been a really good year on the late model side so far.
Definitely has. In second half of this race, you had them absolutely covered. It was a marathon of a night to get there. Did you know once the car got out front, it had the speed to try to run away the way you did?
Well, I felt really good about it. We've been having tire issues all weekend with our right fronts coming apart, and that's why we weren't very good that first part of the race in the daytime. Once we put right sides on, the sun went down. Our right front held up a lot better, and we were able to, you know, show the race car that we had all weekend. It's really easy to get spun out here at Berlin Raceway. The track changes so much, and we're chasing the tires, but we just stayed the course, stayed with our baseline setup that we knew was strong here last year, and just stayed the course. So thank you to all you fans for coming out, waiting out the rain. We appreciate it, and yeah, can't wait to come back here in August.
Congrats, Ty.
Thank you.
Ty Majeski cashes the Money in the Bank at Berlin.
How about that? All right, nice job. We'll go down and talk to our other top 4 finishers here. We get a minute.
You can tell he feels relieved to get that one.
Oh, yeah.
Off the list.
We'll head down here and get a word with second, third, and fourth place just briefly, and then we'll say goodbye here from Berlin Raceway for the Money in the Bank 150 presented by Baker Auto Group. I want to thank everybody for hanging in with us tonight with these extended delays tonight.
Got second place finisher Brian Campbell down with Rick James. Rick?
Yeah, let's go down to Rick, and he's with Brian Campbell.
Thank you, guys. Brian Campbell, a wonderful 150. Fantastic performance tonight, and you come home with a silver medal. Obviously, everybody wants to come in and win, but you can't be disappointed at such a fantastic performance.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun. Messing around with Carson there, that was fun. I got to talk to him at the rain break, and it was pretty good.
But yeah, second place to Ty. I mean, Ty does this for a living, man, so we're okay. You know, car was good, car's in one piece. We can go back and make it faster. You know, we don't have to fix anything, so yeah, pretty happy.
Speaking mechanically, obviously you got to be looking forward to the 250 as well, and then the rest of the season. You always have a smile on your face, Brian, but come around this time, there seems to be a lot of optimism headed towards the future.
Well, car's fast, and you know, I can put the car where I want to, and I don't have to go where the car wants. You know, like last couple of years, we struggled. Then we hit on something here, and we're kind of riding that wave. I'm sure it'll go away here in a minute. Just give it time. But right now, we're kind of riding a really comfortable race car, and we can make moves on it, and keeps me smiling.
Brian Campbell, happy with a second. Nate Dreyer.
That's right. Dylan Stovall comes home third. You've been second coming in tonight locally here at Berlin. 3 straight races. Today, though, third. I can tell you're pretty happy with it. That was a wild race. How'd you wind up third?
Yeah, it was. We decided to stay out there, and it was kind of a gutsy call. We were not sure, honestly, what we were doing after it, but I was like, dude, I promise we'll be all right. And yeah, we just had really good long run speed on old junk tires, and then took last person to take tires, I think, on pit road, and just hustled to the front. And yeah, I can't thank everybody enough. My whole crew, Ken, Mark, Zach, Mark, Devin, Nick Hutcherson, my beautiful wife. Yeah, I'm just a kid that grew up like late racing, dude, and we're doing stuff that I didn't think we'd be able to do quite yet, and it's working out.
Hey, congrats on the great run. We'll see you in a couple weeks.
Sounds good. Thank you guys for coming out.
Dylan Stovall comes home third. Rick James catching up with Chase Pinsino, who was in fourth.
Chase Pinsino with that great top 5 finish, a wonderful performance in the 150. Man, you look sweaty. You look like you really, really worked for this one, man. Obviously, like we told Brian, everybody wants to go for the win. How are you feeling with this top 5 in a hard race?
I feel good, but I feel like there was definitely still some left on the table. We had so much speed all throughout yesterday and today that I feel a little bit disappointed, but a top 5's nothing to hang our heads about. We'll take this and everything we learned and go to the 250.
Looking forward to that 250. What is there to improve on, and how are you going to come back and get that win when it comes to the big 250 race?
I just got to do a little bit better navigating traffic in pit road, and I think that's all it'll take. Just a little bit more, clean up a few things, and I think we'll be really good.
Chase Pinsino, satisfied with the top 5, you guys?
Nice job, guys, down in pit road. Well, Blake, that's going to wrap things up for us. That race total time, you see the counter here with the rain. 4 hours and 2 minutes, 37. Look on your face was like, yeah, it probably feels like 400 hours to you. You know,
fans deserve a shout out. This rain delay was almost 3 hours, and the fans stuck around, stayed through the thunderstorm, stayed for the action here tonight, and were treated to a great race with a lot of comers and goers, as you mentioned, and a well-deserved win by Ty Majeski. And you know what else is interesting? All those other guys, they're pretty happy about where they ran. Guys had fun tonight. We heard from Brian Campbell. He enjoyed the run tonight. Dylan Stovall, same thing. A lot of guys enjoyed tonight's Money in the Bank 150, even if they didn't take home the hardware, and I think that speaks to the fun part of this race.
Let's do a final field rundown here. You can see, we'll put it up on your screen. We didn't mention it. Oh, that was going on. Eric Jones dropped out with 5 laps to go.
Yeah.
He dropped out. We didn't even get a chance to cover that. We had so much going on. So here's your final unofficial results. Of course, we have to go through tech and everything with UARA. But if this holds, this is what Ty Majeski wins at Berlin Raceway. Brian Campbell second. Dylan Stovall third. Max Reeves fourth. Chase Pinsino. Tristan McKee, Evan Shotko, Austin Hull, Chase Berta, and Terry Seneca rounds out your top 10.
Tyler Lupton, Andrew Morrissey, Harrison Halder, Chris Shannon, Trayton Lapsevich. Who finished 16th here. Andrew Scheid, Scott Thomas, Hudson Halder, Buddy Head, Chet Monowick finished 20th. Drivers not finishing included Eric Jones, Michael Atwell, Carson Hocevar, Keith Herb, Ken Wadma, Justin Thomas, Blake Rowe, Boris Yurkovic, and Bubba Pollard.
So that's your 29 finishers, and this 120 actually wrapped things up on the racetrack when this one wrapped up. Well, speaking of wrapped up, it was a long day and evening and yesterday and whatever for our pit guys, but at least you're smiling, guys. It's over. It was a fun race. I know you guys enjoyed every minute of it, and we get to come back here on Saturday and race with Kenny Wallace. So enjoy your 2.5 days off or whatever that is. Let's go back down one more time to the front stretch with Nate and Rick.
Thank you. We're firing the cars off here from impound, where now they're going to get to go through that tech process that you guys were just mentioning. Whew, that was a wild night. We had rain. We had tire concerns. It wound up not really being the concerns that I think a lot of the teams had in the second half of that race, which I think was really good to see. We were able to have a great run to the finish. Ty Majeski had him covered tonight. I mean, once they had that thing bolted together, you knew he had some good consistent speed throughout the last couple of days, but my goodness, he had the field covered in the second half. of that race. I think even if you had maybe had a restart, I mean, that 91 car had things covered. What are some of your takeaways, Rick? That was a fun, long day here at Berlin.
I'm tired. I'm sweaty. And Herm is coming on Saturday.
That's
the fun's
right.
not over. What a racetrack, what a facility. I mean, it really is the best track in the country, biased or not. It's fantastic. I'm exhausted, but what a night. This is what the 150 is about. A tale of two races. We had plenty of variables to come in. Ty Majeski getting the plaudits for winning tonight, and now everybody's looking forward to, the 250. What's going to happen in the future? So 2026 keeps on ticking. More fun coming later on in this calendar. I can't wait to see what's going to happen later this weekend.
That's right. Ty already said he's coming back for the 250. He's looking for a little revenge. He was really good in that race a year ago and just kind of fell off down the stretch. So we'll see if Ty Majeski can complete the sweep of the year now that he's finally gotten that elusive trip to victory lane here at Berlin. All right. I think that does it. We'll send it back up to you guys, and we're going to take a nap or something.
Sounds good. Enjoy. Well deserved. All right, Nate and Rick, nice job on pit road. Blake, thanks for joining us tonight. We'll see you back a little later on down the year. Love having you
Thanks
here.
for having me. Sorry I had to be used in such a meteorological capacity today. But
well, Blake is our resident meteorologist here, and that's your day job, of course. So with the weather coming, we were greatly valued today and perhaps maybe slightly abused. But anyway.
we made it through.
We made it through, and a nice job on the call. So got through this one. Final thoughts before we say goodbye here as we see everybody getting ready to head out. This race, kind of as predicted, kind of had it all, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. And as Nate mentioned, we thought maybe tire issues were going to be more of an issue in the second half of this race. This really was a tale of two races. Hot and humid the first half, a little cooler and dark in the second half. But tires, for the most part, held on. We had a few issues here and there, but Ty Majeski made it through just fine. So did pretty much everyone else. And we were treated to a great race. It's so fun to watch all these comers and goers, the locals versus the visitors, and I think we were treated to quite a show.
Thank for all of you tuning in. We also want to thank Bobby Labonte for coming up, spending more than a half hour with us during that rain delay. Didn't have to do that. Really nice to talk about his thoughts on the sport. Very insightful, so thank you for him. Also want to thank our friends at Rex Wassel Speedway for coming out here tonight, spending some time with us and letting use of our dryers. That certainly helped big help dry our track off. And we also want to thank our video crew tonight. They had to dodge the rain just like everybody else. I think nothing floated away, so that's good. And at least not to my knowledge. Everything still works. The drone's still up there tonight. So big shout out to Andrew and our Cinerific video crew who did a great job tonight as well. We also want to thank our track owners, Don and DeWitt, Jeff Striegel, who did so much for us tonight to help keeping all of this coordinated. Our friends at NASCAR and FloRacing, and thank you for your support. And thank you for watching and supporting short track racing. Thank you for all the text messages tonight. We didn't get a chance to get to a lot of you today. So many of you tuned in to watch the 150, but we appreciate those. We get to those as many as we can, so thank you for your support there. With that, we're going to say goodbye because, well, tomorrow's Thursday. A lot of us have to work tomorrow. We can't just all do racing. I'm sure a lot of you are in that group, so we'll get back at it if you're watching this on a delay. Hope you enjoyed the race. We'll be back at it just a few nights away. We talked about it a few times. We'll mention it one more time. Modified open wheel racing in addition to a lot of the regular Berlin Raceway regulars here. Herm, Kenny Wallace is here. Whether he wins or loses, it's always entertaining. He'll have plenty to say, and it'll be a good time. So that's coming up this Saturday. Check the details, BerlinRaceway.com. Keep an eye on the socials. I'm Matt McKenzie. For all of us here at Berlin Raceway, have a great rest of your week. We'll see you back in 3 short days, 6 o'clock Eastern start time for Kenny Wallace and the Modifieds and more at Berlin Raceway. This has been the 150, Money in the Bank 150, presented by Baker Automotive Group. We'll see you back on Saturday. You've been watching Berlin Raceway on Flow.